Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Temenos Academy. As you know, we're an invisible college. We float from place to place, and tonight we've alighted at the Royal Asiatic Society, for whose hospitality we're very grateful. It's always a huge pleasure to introduce Jeremy Reed, a poet and lecturer who really needs no introduction. Over the past year or so, I've been refreshing my awareness of Jeremy's work, and I have read, I think, around 45 volumes of his poems, extending from the 1970s up to the present. Jeremy's work is continually fresh, continually varied in form, amazingly original in discovering vivid and illuminating imagery. To my mind, he is the important poet of my generation, and I'm delighted to be with him tonight. So, Jeremy tonight is commemorating, celebrating, mourning, dramatising a year since the death of David Bowie, and his talk is, appropriately enough, entitled Starman. Jeremy.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Starman. At 4 p.m. in January, the Soho sky, smeared by pollution as an additive, turns optimal cobalt, or on my favourite Farrow and Ball colours chart, black-blue, underlit by drizzled haze. I'm writing Starman at Patisserie Valerie in Old Compton Street, a residual bohemian cafe that David Bowie would use for intermittent tea breaks when recording round the corner at Trident Studios in St Anne's Court. There's an undervalued song of Bowie's London Boys, written in his late teens and first released on 2nd of December 66 as the B-side of Rubber Band, that not only unalterably fingerprints Bowie as indigenous Londoner, but is seminal to his own lifetime identification with an alienated subspecies, a variant type belonging to a different reality, an alternative demographic fusing the Drew delinquent sociopaths of Clockwork Orange to roaming messianic starmen. At the time of writing London Boys, Bowie was a self-identified mod, fascinated by the movement's immersive culture in fashion, pills, and trending music. He was also living with his friend and manager Ken Pitt at 39 Manchester Street, Marylebone, back of Fitzrovia. Bowie's close relationship with Ken Pitt immediately sharpened pointers to his bisexuality, his older guardian and mentor being openly gay, and his protégé androgynously beautiful. In his account of the 5 years they spent together, Ken Pitt writes that the first time he saw Bowie on stage at the Marquee on Sunday, April the 17th, 1966. Quote from Ken Pitt: "From my favourite position, leaning against the wall at the back of the club, I could see that he was wearing a biscuit-coloured, hand-knitted sweater, round-necked and buttoned at one shoulder, its skin tightness accentuating his slim frame. I was particularly struck by the artistry with which he used his body, as if it were an accompanying instrument essential to the singer and the song." Unquote. The distinctly homoerotic focus of Pitt's on detailing Bowie's jumper, its sexiness on his size 0 torso, and what was the 3-button fastening on the left shoulder, betrays the hawkish male-on-male design central to Pitt's interest in London's pretty boys. But more importantly to the formative teen Bowie, Pitt was a highly literate reader and book collector, his apartment furnished with a personal library, and was there and encouraged to do so that Bowie picked up on Wilde's Dorian Gray, Jean Genet's Our Lady of the Flowers, Edward Bulmer Lytton's 19th century novel The Coming Race, as well as the dystopian futurology of Orwell's 1984, Anthony Burgess's Clockwork Orange, and the new wave sci-fi of J.G. Ballard and Michael Moorcock as urbane pioneers of ecological crashes, and the arrival of altered tourists from the future into our neural pathways. So too the cut-up, chemically driven, non-linear verbal clips of William Burroughs' novels like The Naked Lunch and The Wild Boys also fed into the young Bowie's ambition to compose musicals and write theatrical adaptations for the stage. But for Bowie, this was an unrealized theatre of imagination, given eventual form through rock configurations like Ziggy Stardust and Diamond Dogs, rather than through concretization as a writer, not performer, for the stage. Steeped in apocalyptic dramaturgy, the young Bowie's sci-fi themed vignettes were managed in pop songs, a frustrating medium in that lyrics are usually secondary to the music, a regulation Bowie would happily have reversed. And on Ken Pitt's eclectic bookshelves, he discovered through reading the building blocks of his future personality swaps: Ziggy Stardust, Aladdin Sane, the Thin White Duke, etc., clones or humanoids through which to project mini pop operettas. Back to London Boys, with Bowie masking himself as a 17-year-old runaway, pilled up, sexually ambiguous as mods were, hanging out on Wardour Street and learning how to act cool in his chosen milieu. Sung in a flat, slovenly London voice, expressing a downbeat, fragile vulnerability, the damped, morose sensibility only thaws as the song builds with attitude into defiance. Quote, "Oh, the first time that you tried a pill, you feel a little queasy, decidedly ill. You're going to be sick, but you mustn't lose faith. To let yourself down would be a big disgrace with the London Boys." Bowie flattens the vowel in London from an O to a U as part of the song's disaffected, raw digestion of street life. It's probably in sync with how he felt at the time, impatient to succeed, but failing. What Pitt neglects to tell us is how tiny Bowie's audience was at the time of first seeing him perform, with one fan commenting on 6 girls in the front row and a dozen of us queens at the back hanging on his every movement. So, 18 people. At 19, this isn't a deterrent as self-absorption overwrites it and the future seems an indefinitely extensible platform. Bowie's extraordinary look was noted before his music and was to be integrally built into its increasing gradient of success. Its gay referentials were to attract both Ken Pitt and the mime shuffler Lindsay Kemp, each drawn singularly to Bowie's disarming, gender-bending sexuality and the potential shapes it could throw at an emergent youth audience. I isolate London Boys with this reference to bright light, Soho, Wardour Street, as a song preemptively anticipating Soho as Bowie's future workspace, with Trident Studios in a cut-off Wardour Street, the modality where he would record the albums Space Oddity, The Man Who Sold the World, Hunky Dory, The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars, Aladdin Sane, and Pin-Ups. The specific West One grid was to be the hub for his explosive creative energies at a time when his ascendant celebrity as rock's gender supremacist was at its Stardust apogee. At 39 Manchester Square, Bowie adapted to Ken Pitt's decadent fin de siècle leanings, the stripped pine floors and Victorian furnishings, the holly green chaise longue finished in rosewood, and of course the first edition books by Wilde, Beardsley, Huysmans, and particularly mentioned by Pitt, James Baldwin's Nobody Knows My Name and Giovanni's Room, all of which helped flavour the idea that he wasn't like anybody else, and so he would create his own versions of reality, and his later assumption, I must be only one in a million on Station to Station, was another affirmation of the intellectually cold dissociation that so often defeated Ken Pitt's understanding. In later life, Bowie was to comment on his overt emotional freeze as, quote, "I always had a repulsive need to be something more than human. I felt very puny as a human. I thought, fuck that, I want to be a superhuman." And of course that alien cold is in the depersonalised voice, flat or theatricalised into ambivalent gender, as the narrator of Cut Up that keeps him at a remove from direct involvement in the lyric. In fact, after the end of the 60s, Bowie filters all subjective content in his songs through either a persona or sort of cosmonaut alluding to brain chatter in the universe. The methodology, originating from Brian Geisen and William Burroughs, of atomizing the self into quantum potentialities, fitted with Bowie's notion of multiple identities and not wishing to be fixed by the limitations, as he saw it, of rock. And while Bowie grew into a rock supremacist and inimitably androgynous icon, he always appeared marginally displaced in rock as an arts form that didn't collect him integrally, while at the same time not willing to renounce the celebrity, fame and wealth it provided. It's an arguable fact that most rock stars, including a luminary like Bowie, usually exhaust their creative resource by 40 and don't get better, but simply different. Something in Bowie intuited this right from the start, that rock was only a partial expression of a bigger arts infrastructure latent within him. It was also in some weird way a platform to Starman, or the beginnings of Bowie's identification with the alien as empathetic association endorsed by his first and only hit single of the 60s, Space Oddity. I'm stopped in my writing this by a skinny guy in a black zippered leather jacket and deconstructed jeans with knee holes, who tentatively tells me he saw me perform at the horse hospital with the ginger light, and the shift in time and place travelled mentally puts me in a bilocated window as I thank him for his appreciative comments. I noticed too, the Thai girl sitting at the table next to me had nude makeup and two-tone blended eyeshadow, burnt orange dusted into gold. And with earbuds in, she's in a split dimension. Her makeup's how I imagine Mars. I get back to Major Tom. Bowie's fictional astronaut launched through Space Oddity as an instantly durable counterculture anti-hero, in the way of J.G. Ballard's subversive protagonist, Robert Vaughn, in the novel Crash, with Bowie Tom getting off on the astronaut plume of the Apollo 2 mission as the first manned moon landing, 5 days after the release of Space Oddity on the 11th of July 1969. Recorded at Trident Studios, Major Tom's virtual space tourism seemed real object travel, and Bowie's voice pitched suitably off-world. So who is this Brixton interloper? Wised up on space travel, UFOs, aliens, time-slip futurology, and still without a hit record after 3 years of mutant pop experimentation. Bowie's opportune purchase on the International Space Programme got him the top 10 hit he so desperately needed, after an agonisingly slow, long haul to number 5, by placing him in the parallel processing of London and the Stars. The lyric gets off modern, ground-controlled and Major Tom, take your protein pills and put your helmet on. Only Tom is a rogue astronaut who is off mission, but here am I sitting in a tin can far above the world. Planet Earth is blue and there's nothing I can do, or anyone, about Tom's evident dissociated self-destruct. Bowie got the blue right, as for an observer in space, the water bodies reflect the colour of sky that appear blue because of the way sunlight is selectively scattered as it goes through our atmosphere. The chart's success and realistic sci-fi incorporated into Space Oddity, the word oddity being equally applicable to Bowie in his creative quest, pushed pop's frontiers into tech at a time when psychedelia's saturated colour wavelengths promoted journeys out of the body into neural rather than physical space. Bowie was largely out there, alienated and alone within the remit of pop's acid pioneers reporting back from the future. Bowie was Tom and Tom Bowie as empathy swap, something perfectly consistent with his psychological need to put a character between himself and the song. Quote from Bowie: "As an adolescent, I was painfully shy, withdrawn. I didn't really have the nerve to sing my songs on stage, and nobody else was doing them. I decided to do them in disguise, so that I didn't have to actually go through the humiliation of going on stage and being myself." It was this additionally layered disguise of first-person Bowie that built the impenetrable mystique integrated into his myth as intraspecies or replicant, but also basically glacial, cold climate English, the formal reserve of Bowie's British generation of the 40s and 50s as generational characteristic. There's a photo of Bowie extending a handshake to David Hockney on the occasion of their first meeting backstage at Los Angeles Forum in 1976 that says it all in refrigerated formality. The divisive is psychological miles, charm preceding gesture, as the distance he establishes between himself and Hockney, with Christopher Isherwood amenably looking on, is the maximum attainable in physical space. It's quite literally alien contact, emitting little physical warmth between two contemporary artists drawn to, but perhaps suspicious of each other's magnitude. Bowie's Soho, where I'm writing this, extended along Wardour Street to the Marquee Club at number 90, and almost next door to the Ship at 110, an Edwardian pub with chocolate-coloured tiles, dark wood panelling, and stained glass, where he conducted early impromptu interviews with music journalists through scrolls of blue cigarette smoke. There was also the Mocha Bar on Frith Street, and tucked into Soho's niche yards, Peter Burton's Le Deuce in lugubrious Dardley Mews, a gay mod disco where clubbers threw their recreational pills into the aquarium tank when raided by the police. Bowie's Soho topology, that was his geographical locus for the first formative decade of his career, also included practice sessions at Charlie Chester's casino on Archer Street, or in a warren of rooms and brothels on Windmill Street, when Soho was essentially red light, as well as socialising at the Regency Club, a hangout for the notorious Cray twins and their extortionist racket. Bowie and his mid-60s band parked a military green Bedford van in potholed Ham Yard, its panels scrawled on with pink lipstick by early fans. Soho fame was right on the moment of what was happening. It was the epicentre of emergent British rock and youth culture, and Bowie was local but still relatively unknown outside its trending bohemian milieu. Photos taken on the rooftop of the Manchester Street apartment by Ken Pitt show Bowie with fashionable long mod-styled hair and deep collar button-down shirts before his transitioning morph into wearing dresses and full makeup after meeting Angela Barnett in 1969 and going trans for the withdrawn album sleeve cover of The Man Who Sold the World. As vibrant colouring to the often edgy, potentially violent Soho the nascent Starman inhabited, I quote from Chris Moore, who worked at Charlie Chester's casino during this period for accents, aspects of B-side thuggery. Quote, "There was a slightly dangerous side to working in Soho in those days. Heated arguments would often ensue as immediate entry was refused. The staff break room and canteen was above the Horseshoe Casino. I can remember standing in the reception at Charlie Chester's for 20 minutes smoking cigarettes and watching the violence in the street unfold rather than run the gauntlet and try and cross the road. Chester's doormen were definitely of a different breed in those days. I vividly remember one of the crew being a small, overweight, red-faced man in his early 40s. He was known as Mick the Hammer, a nickname reputedly acquired from his earlier days as a member of the Cray Gang. However, whilst the pedigree of the Chester's doorman was undoubtedly dubious, They teamed together perfectly to create a hermetic seal from the violent undercurrent that ran through Soho in those days. Finish quote. But Soho also had a place for pretty boys in makeup like David Bowie and endemic mods who competitively swanked transitioning Carnaby Street fashion into gossipy coffee bars like Bar Italia, Mocha, and where I'm writing at Patisserie Valerie, surrounded by mixed fruit tart cognoscenti. It rains outside, and I'm reminded by new scientists it hasn't rained on the moon for 4 billion years. 4 billion years. Bowie simply couldn't find a follow-up hit single to endorse the chart success of Space Oddity. But in 1969, he wrote his next interplanetary excursion with Life on Mars as another attempt at putting pop into the helium-torched high-tech plume of rocket science. Bowie described how he wrote the song, quote, "Workspace was a big empty room with a chaise longue, a bargain price Art Nouveau screen, William Morris, so I told anyone who asked, a huge overflowing freestanding ashtray and a grand piano. Little else. I started working it out on the piano and had the whole lyric and melody finished by late afternoon." Life on Mars that was held back from the album The Man Who Sold the Earth to be released as a piano-led cinematic melange sci-fi track on his breakthrough fourth studio album Hunky Dory. While the track is not specifically about Mars, but more a blend of ludic surrealism with kitsch, cults substituting for politics, the plot suggests in Bowie's imagination not only America's unrest over Vietnam, but recognizable strains of universal psychoses that point to Mars as an alternative planet for migrant astronauts. So there is only a small symbiotic relationship between the red planet's rocky desert landscapes and thin carbon dioxide atmosphere and Earth's provision of water to transport reactive molecules like hydrogen, carbon monoxide and ammonia. Our collective consciousness has always targeted Mars as Earth too. And Bowie's song does that, almost 50 years before the initialization of Mars 1, a private spaceflight project proposing to land the first humans on Mars by 2024, as a one-way destination only. The selection discussions also introducing how willing the stringently chosen astronauts would be to become cannibals in order to survive. Life on Mars, which arguably would have been Bowie's ideal follow-up to Space Oddity, lyrically maps out something of his Clockwork Orange, J.G. Ballard-inspired overview on dystopian themes. Like all fragmented lyric cut up, we know the meaning without the need for explanation. Having scorched Vietnam with the defoliant Agent Orange, America faced civil riot from its youth, and this violent turbulence was taken up in London too. But for Bowie, writing a song, the process has morphed into an anarchic, imaginative documentation of potential futures that revisit us as wars. If the song got little attention on its initial release, then its reissue as a single in 1973 on the back of Bowie's Ziggy Stardust fame took it to number 3 in the charts. Mick Rock filmed and directed a promotional video backstage at Earl's Court to accompany the record's release, in which a heavily made-up Bowie wearing a turquoise suit designed by Freddie Buretti personifies sexual alien, or the characteristics of a new subculture species to which Bowie imagined himself integrated into the emergent Zeitgeist. It was this belief in being set apart that led to Bowie throwing political gestures like a Nazi salute at Victoria Station in 1976 as a self-designed instrument of gender-bending elitism. Of the dichotomy in his own personality, he remarked, quote, "Off stage I'm a robot. On stage I achieve emotion. It's probably why I prefer dressing up as Ziggy to being David." And it was the elevation of his impossibly high cheekbones as facial scaffolding that gave Bowie a Greta Garbo look, something accentuated by his two mismatched eyes that weren't as often assumed two different colours, but the result of anoscoria, a condition characterized by an unequal size in a person's pupils. In Bowie's case, his left pupil was permanently dilated. This can create the illusion of having different coloured eyes, because the fixed pupil does not respond to change in light, while the right pupil does. It was the disconcerted look this accident created gave Bowie the association with aliens or visitors from the future, a connotation enhanced, of course, by his playing the role of extraterrestrial mutant in the Nicholas Roeg movie, The Man Who Fell to Earth. Bowie's role in a film based on Walter Travis's 1963 novel of the same name helped consolidate the myth that his origins were off-world and that he was in some way an interplanetary plenipotentiary, something further enforced by his supernova arrival with Ziggy Stardust and the spiders from Mars. The name suggested an immersion not only in H.P. Lovecraft and Ballard, but a generation of sci-fi writers like Ray Bradbury, James Blish, Thomas Disch, Brian Aldiss, etc., and the lurid Technicolor covers of their mass-market paperbacks with dusty planetary sunsets like the high-res shock tactics of Bowie's nasturtium red coloured hair. Sci-fi and the mix of drenched psychedelics was in the air, a generation mining Middle-earth, acid, sexual ambiguity, ufology, smoke botanicals, was awaiting its rock messiah, its liberated avatar in the form of Ziggy, patron saint of deviated glamour, urban apocalypse, and pushing personal boundaries to rock and roll suicides. New wave science fiction produced in the late 60s and 70s, with its focus on soft as opposed to hard science, had turned inward psychologically, and like Bowie, looked to encounter the alien on Earth. In a remarkable essay called Inner Space as the Compass for Creative Orientation, J.G. Ballard, as pioneering futurist, wrote, quote, "The biggest developments of the immediate future will take place not on the moon or Mars, but on Earth, as it is inner space, not outer, that needs to be explored. The only true alien planet is Earth. In the past, the scientific base of sci-fi has been towards the physical sciences, rocketry, electronics, cybernetics, and the emphasis should switch to the biological sciences. It is that inner spacesuit which is still needed, and it is up to science fiction to build it." And that to me is the premises of all good modern writing, the inner spacesuit. Whether Bowie was aware or not of Ballard's essay pointing the stars into our neural pathways rather than making them the subject of object travel, he was certainly influenced by Ballard's fiction, in which urban landscapes rather than space colonization are the domain of the aberrant psychopaths rather than the reanatomized tribes of biomorphs native to real or invented planets. Ballard, leading into Bowie's creations in the early 70s, clearly saw that the alien was apparent in the human, and that sci-fi was now a reality programmed into our electronic networks, rather than the resource of higher intelligence, theoretically located, say, in the hydrocarbon lakes of Saturn's moon Titan. And by applying a sci-fi imagination to real geography, often located in the London suburbs or in culturally altered American landscapes, Ballard, in his seminal novel The Atrocity Exhibition, 1970, condensed post-apocalyptic excerpts of dystopian modernity, split by iconic images of John F. Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe, into a bizarre synthesis of the fragile dissolve between imagined atrocities and realities. Using a method like William Burroughs of converting linear time into non-linear film frames, Ballard bounced narrative down into episodic vignettes in which obsessions with car sex, reconfigurations of Kennedy's assassination, B-movie psychiatrists, urban zombies, and the manipulable sexual images of Marilyn Monroe and Ronald Reagan occupy a confused, violent present. The novel, A Blueprint for Crash, in which Ballard explores symphorophilia and car crash fetishism, provides some of the most innovative poetry of its period, and I see Ballard as much a poet as I do novelist in his use of implosive visual imagery that leaves most poets a very long way behind. I'm not arguing that Ziggy Stardust comes directly out of Ballard, but Bowie's persona Ziggy occupies the same sort of post-apocalyptic ethos, particularly in songs like 5 Years and Moon Age Daydream, that invent fractured mini-narratives lifted into immediacy by Mick Ronson's guitar weaponry. It's Ronson's playing that provides the often spooky soundtrack to Ziggy's alien posturing as transgender rock star. And in some ways, we can credit the platinum-haired Mick Ronson with being the first sci-fi glam rock guitarist. And due to Ken Pitt having brought back an acetate of the Velvet Underground's Banana album at the end of the 60s as benchmark drugs-driven garage, Bowie was not only performing Lou Reed's I'm Waiting for the Man and White Light, White Heat live ahead of his contemporaries, but learned from Reed how to construct songs about the urban underclass and street culture written into the metropolis. Most certainly, Ballard's visionary broking of near futures is fiction mixed with Lou Reed's cold lyric snapshots of the Warhol entourage at the factory, with the inspirational prototypes behind Bowie's scary postmodern fictions, seeming Ziggy Stardust, Aladdin Sane, and the most ambitious concept of all, Diamond Dogs. Ziggy Stardust, as the human manifestation of an alien channeling extraterrestrial info, as well as representing the definitive rock star consumed by burnout and finally suicide, gave Bowie a persona that was bigger than him at the time of recording the album. Now 25, and like all aliens, including me, Bowie was a futures tourist, observed with suspicion and still lacking a hit to endorse his increasingly spectacular androgyny. Whatever the origins of Ziggy Stardust, like Vince Taylor, the tragically eclipsed rock star with whom Bowie identified, Ziggy is of course an amalgam of Bowie's own real and imagined characteristics, and in that sense a clone or peripheral unleashed on the times, in the same way as Robert Vaughan in Ballard's Crash personifies the deviated extremes of the author's sexual imaginings. And the name Ziggy perfectly accommodates, onomatopoeically, our received notion of what an alien or starman might perhaps be called if we were to encounter an off-world contact. Bowie later suggested to Q magazine in a 1990 interview that the name Ziggy came accidentally from a tailor's shop, Ziggy's, that he passed on the train, and that the memorable name had, quote Bowie, that Iggy Pop connotation. But it was a tailor's shop, and I thought, well, this whole thing is going to be about clothes. So it was my own little joke calling him Ziggy. So Ziggy Stardust was a real compilation of things. Unquote. There's never any specific cause of an imaginative creation, whatever it is, but more a cluster of dominant associations that synthesize in the process of developing a theme, singular, but integrating constellating motives as a plurality. Ziggy, dressed in brightly quilted zoot suits, made up by Freddie Buretti from sumptuous fabrics purchased from Liberty, or silk patterned dresses, camping it as an effeminate queen, polarizing the attention of both sexes, launched his image at a wider public through his career-changing appearance with the single Starman on Top of the Pops in July 1972. For a nation of pop viewers, it was literally their first contact with the spiky, flame-haired androgyne, playing an aqua-coloured guitar, dressed in patched Liberty ensemble with laced-up boxing boots dyed scarlet. The song, a gentle pop rock, predominantly acoustic excursion into E.T. context, and preempting the Ziggy Stardust album, describes Ziggy receiving a message from an alien through the radio, the source of the signal from the spooky third kind. Quote, "Look out your window, you can see his light. If we can sparkle, he may land tonight. Don't tell your papa or you'll get us locked up in fright," Bowie sings. looking again to children as more openly receptive to alien contact, and as a race set apart by active imagination and likely to be locked up if they express truth about a visionary experience. In an interview with William Burroughs for Rolling Stone, Bowie made it very clear that Ziggy is the recipient of the message and not the extraterrestrial carrier. In Bowie's case of third mind category, Starman, although released 3 years later and peaking at number 10, is the logical successor to Space Oddity in terms of chart and planet hopping his way to recognition. Made up as an intraspecies transgender rock purveyor of alien speak, Bowie was a uniquely untouchable phenomenon, as Ziggy Supernova arrived as the leper messiah to an expectant generation looking out exactly for him. Bowie's moment had finally arrived. He put on what Ballard called his inner spacesuit. Patisserie Valerie at 3:30 p.m. The light outside's like a frosty green diamond, and the view through the window is like watching CCTV footage, only images are sharper. I took time out from writing my Bowie document by writing a poem to feed my addiction to poetry, from which I can rarely separate. I speak to Teresa, a friend rather than a waitress, and she tells me that after drinking 3 bottles of wine last night, she fell off the stepladder while attempting to paint her ceiling purple. Her right hip is bruised and sore, but she doesn't care. The booze is worth the fall, and the DIY, a compulsive fetish she likens to sex on an ironing board. Released on the 16th of June 1972, the concept album Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars, the title sounding more like a hard science sci-fi novel by Frank Herbert or Samuel Delaney, as lurid pulp evocation of interplanetary beasts crawling across scorched Martian canyons, depicted on the covers of early Ballard paperback novels like The Burning World, 1964. In fact, it's the dystopian, eruptive flameout of Ballard's The Disaster Area and the Atrocity exhibition that bleeds into Bowie's urban spaceboy apocalypse, and particularly in the portentous opener and my favourite track, 5 Years. But the message comes through that the planet is only 5 years, and with echoes of 1984 incorporated into the package, Bowie's vignettes of condensed catastrophe were a first for pop. Quote, you'll all know this: "A girl my age went off her head, hit some tiny children. If the black hadn't have pulled her off, I think she would have killed them. A soldier with a broken arm fixed his stare to the wheels of a Cadillac. A cop knelt and kissed the feet of a priest, and a queer threw up at the sight of that." 5 Years is a rock poem, a story of mutant cross-cultures and defiant edgewalkers that belong partly to Ballard and partly to John Recky's Hustler novel, City of the Night. I stay with it as Ziggy cites his alien contact, questioning and correcting what he sees. Quote, "I think I saw you in an ice cream parlour, drinking milkshakes cold and long, smiling and waving and looking so fine. Don't think you knew you were in this song, and it was cold and it rained and I felt like an actor, and I thought of Ma and I wanted to get back there. Your face, your race, the way that you talk, I kiss you, you're beautiful, I want you to walk." It's intensely moving within the context of the song how Ziggy perceives his alien counterpart, who doesn't know he is in the song, doing normal in an ice cream parlour or a Soho wimpy more like, while Ziggy stands outside in the rainy cold. This is the moment in the song of cold alienation, the recognition of different races, and finally the physical union, I kiss you, you're beautiful, almost as an act of narcissistic conjugation. Bowie conceived of his starmen as, quote, infinites or, quote, black hole jumpers, who impartially planet hopped across the universe, bringing news of catastrophe without any antidote or deterrent to survive it. Ziggy Stardust, inspired according to Bowie by Burroughs' Nova Express and the Wild Boys, was originally intended to be a multimedia theatrical performance with 40 cut-up scenes making the show radically different every night, the accidental accounting for the variant. In a Rolling Stone interview discussion between Bowie and Burroughs punched home the point that, quote, "The weapon of the Wild Boys is a Bowie knife, an 18-inch Bowie knife. Did you know that?" Bowie's sci-fi, dystopian, or conceivable nightmare future, a fusion of Burroughs and Ballard, is projected as a glam rock endgame, the terminal point of his own youth, as well as the near para-suicide of the planets. In the rocky, fabulous Moon Age daydream, Bowie morphs Ziggy into a polymorphic humanoid, a shape-shifting space shaman. Quote, "I'm an alligator, I'm a mama papa coming for you. I'm the space invader, I'll be a rock and roll bitch for you. Keep your mouth shut, you're squawking like a pink monkey bird, and I'm busting up my brains for the words." Bowie was already discovering, much to his own profound disillusionment, that rock was arguably too exhaustively superficial a frame for the concept in which he was engaged, despite the fame it brought him. Although he was to pursue the theme further through the album Aladdin Sane and Diamond Dogs, Rock and Roll Suicide of Ziggy Stardust is a sort of predictive finale of his trajectory as a commodified rock star with an identifiable band. Writing these songs on which his own career in music acutely depended, Bowie saw himself as old in a modality exploited by youth. In other words, he was 5 years behind his anticipated expectations. Quote, "You're too old to lose it, too young to choose it, and the clock waits so patiently on your song. You walk past a cafe, but you don't eat when you've lived too long. Oh no, no, you're a rock and roll suicide." It's not overstating interpretation to suggest that something of Bowie literally dies in this song. The pop protege Ken Pitt worked so hard to place commercially when Bowie was unable to find hit songs and marketable focus throughout the second half of the 60s, had experienced celebrity and overdosed on its negative aspects. Looking back on the phrase which the song opens, "Time takes a cigarette," Bowie was to intellectualize it by saying much later, quote, "This was a sort of plagiarized line from Baudelaire, which was something to the effect of life is a cigarette, smoke it in a hurry or savor it." At the time of Ziggy, Bowie didn't have the luxury of time, just the intense awareness of now or never. It's likely that Bowie's particular Starman will never go away in the context of creativity, due to his singularly introducing the figure of the alien into pop, and through Major Tom, the progressive reality of the astronaut brokering not only a moon base, but creating microgravity industrialized systems in the near galaxy. But for me, that trajectory into off-world demographics comes back to the song London Boys and Bowie's 60s Soho, with frequent visits to the Wallace Collection in Manchester Square and Pollock's Toy Museum in Fitzrovia, the eclectic oddity of which fascinated him to the point of inspired distraction. At the time, surfing the mod wave into its update of period revival dress and psychedelics, Bowie was a questioning outsider, quizzing youth culture for a place to let him in, but remaining peripheral to its hub, his ambitions too big at the time for his immediate talents. We can imagine him sitting in Bar Bruno on the lip of Wardour Street, breathing into a frothy espresso and wondering if it would all ever happen for him, soaked in pop hits, but wanting inwardly and compulsively to pioneer new cultural frontiers that linked literary fiction to rock. London Boys seems to me the existential start of the extraterrestrially themed project, finding its culmination in the rock theatrical Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. Soho again, Wardour Street. I finish writing and face into a mashed strawberry sunset finish over the Piccadilly point of Brewer Street. Writing about Bowie takes me back to Trident and St Anne's Court, still a dark twist on the Soho compass, but with a constant stream of foot traffic navigating north-south. It's rained while I've been inside writing, and there's a damp lick to the alley that Bowie would have known on rainy days, and that elusive smell of the city's wet skin exuding dirt. I stay maybe 5 minutes in thought, a sort of Bowie-directed zen, then hurry off for a drink. Thank you. Thank you all very much for coming.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. A wonderfully multicoloured, impressionistic, many-angled view which located Bowie so literally in the culture of his time and influences, literally musical, personal, sartorial, the whole works. Thank you very much. I wonder if people have any questions or things they'd like me to pursue further. Yes,
I think you said that work seemed to get better as opposed to just change. Could you say something about his later work, things in it that you find interesting?
Well, in this little talk, naturally, because Bowie is a cosmos himself, I only isolated his Soho years and Ziggy. So everybody has their own favourite Bowie, of course, whichever decade you like. I suppose my favourite is his Berlin trilogy from the late 70s. But yes, everybody.
I don't really know anything more about him than that period of his work, so
yes.
I'm interested in knowing something, comments from you. Perhaps you're familiar with the rest of his
yes.
work up to his death.
Absolutely, yeah. Anybody else like to ask anything? Be brave.
I was wondering whether you'd like to say a little more about how Bowie's work may have influenced your own.
Well, I think being an alien myself and having been the first poet really to put sci-fi, extraterrestrialism, science, etc. in a very modern way into poetry, Bowie's always been seminal archetype to me. The look, of course, the very ambiguously sexed lyrics, the always pointing forwards into another place, another time, yeah, it has been of enormous influence to me. And of course, I've listened, like most of you here, consistently to almost everything he's done. But yes, his exceptionalism is what interests me. I'm always interested in another species, a race apart. Because that's where poetry comes from. It's that form of, contact between something which is an intelligence independent of you, which kind of looks after you, so you don't get beaten up in the street or anything like that. And it's always there feeding you. So that's very important. And Bowie sort of, particularly with the beginnings of Ziggy Stardust, personified that. And before that, the early work, particularly around the London Boys period, has an incredibly human, lost, alienated feel to it when he's trying to find his way, which I find personally very moving.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
If not, I've got another one.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
This particularly focused by what you just said. One of the things that came through very strongly is the sense that what Bowie is writing about all the time, ultimately, is a kind of loneliness.
Yes, an alienation.
Yeah, I mean, which may come from that extreme shyness
yes.
of his early days. But did he ever integrate with or commune with anything, or was his communion only with that isolation and loneliness?
I think that's perfect and perfectly put, Gravel. I think the communication is with the alienation. Like Bowie is never involved in his lyrics. They are cut up comments, statements. There is no personal emotion nor work out of anything in a song. So he remains in a way the sort of Starman spokesman for another species, for an objective future that's always driving forward. Into songs like Speed of Life, Another Place, Another Time. They're always moving somewhere where he isn't. And it's the same with my poetry. I'm interested in tourists from the future rather than the sort of Philip Larkin rubbish of what's right under your thumb. So that's what always attracted me to Bowie, the sense that you don't have to belong here. And, you know, the alienation in his work, probably accentuated a lot by drugs in the 70s, is what is so fantastic about it. And I think if any of you want to go online and have a look at the handshake I described between him and David Hockney, with Christopher Isherwood in the background, you'll see the incredible distance in Bowie, and that almost his arm is coming out of his socket to keep away from the person he's shaking hands with, which kind of defines his emotions in a way, and at the same time makes that so incredibly alluring. Who is this man who came from Brixton and yet also simultaneously comes from the stars? And for me, inalienable to that is my great teacher in writing, and somebody I regard as the greatest poet of the 20th century, J.G. Ballard, even though he's classified as a novelist. 5 lines of Ballard's imagery delete most poets' lifetime's work. Ballard is such a supreme genius, he can only be classified alongside Bowie, and that the two are working together in dystopian landscapes, but never separated from the human. And that Ballard, as he said, placed all alienation on Earth. As Ballard said, the only alien planet is Earth, and you adopt an inner spacesuit. And that's what Bowie did so fantastically, adopt the inner spacesuit from which to project extraterrestrial worlds. Probably in a couple of hundred years, visiting extraterrestrials here will listen to Moon Age Daydream, because that will be right on their particular wavelengths. And poetry should do the same. You know, most poetry is grounded specifically in the present, whereas the present is something you've left behind already to get into the future which you're moving into. In the way that William Burroughs always said, there is no true photograph, because the microsecond you take the photograph, the person's already moved on. And you get that sense in Bowie's albums always. Station to Station, Low, Heroes, right up to The Next Day, his penultimate album, this incredible speed of moving somewhere, which is the only alternative, perhaps, to the uncomfortableness of the present. And that, to me, is what is so great about Bowie, that you kind of see him, you know, moving along a highway at an enormous speed into a future you haven't yet apprehended. And of course the look, which is sensational, probably the best looking pop star ever in history. The extraordinary face and the absolute beauty of the features is in itself an exceptional gift given to him to be exactly who he was, somebody set apart and utterly marvellous, to my way of reading. Yes?
Anything to say about Ursula Le Guin and Always Coming Home?
No, don't know Ursula Le Guin's work, sadly, but I'm sure it's wonderful. I've heard a lot of good things about it.
Right. It's a projection of a future time when all the industrial detritus has gone down and California.
Right. And what is the novel called?
Always Coming Home.
Thank you. Yeah. Yep. Well, that's excellent. I will have a look at that book.
We have just one more.
Oh,
No, you will.
oh, okay. Do you think there's any virtue, morally speaking, in seeking out and cultivating alienation, or do you think, well, there is virtue in the opposite and attempting to resolve it?
I don't think you seek out alienation. You are alien. You can't seek something. You actually are it. It's like you can't want to be a poet. You're either born a poet or you're not one. And therefore I think the sense of alienation for Bowie is a completely natural characteristic. It's the feeling of being separate and apart which leads the work into an increase of alienation. No moral connotations are attached to alienation in any way. It is simply an existential state. It's a state of being. If you feel alienated in the crowd, you are experiencing an existential alienation. So does that help at all?
Well, things which one experiences, one can have an attitude towards to try to increase them, to decrease them, or to solve them. I mean, just the fact that something is doesn't mean it's right or...
No, but if your creative starting point is alienation, why would you wish to decrease it? You surely capitalise on it and work with it. Because, creative people aren't integrated into society. They're always a step apart as well, because that work requires a very special space, and therefore you can't just be rammed into the crowd as a person in the crowd. You are, but you have to have that remove. And I think that's what Bowie, to a very large extent, does so fantastically.
Yeah, for an artist, it can be
Yes.
a resource.
A resource, yes, you're absolutely right. But for a normal human being, it could be a psychoanalytic problem, yes, I agree. But we're not talking about normal human beings tonight.
What's the one more question?
One more, yes.
I was just going to ask about contemporary Soho.
Yes.
How you think Bowie might have responded to that, and sort of thinking about it in relation to your question, actually, your answer to that question about how he would have had almost a comfort in being an outsider.
Yes.
And Soho is sort of increasingly somewhere that doesn't have spaces for the alien or the queer, and it's got this sort of spectacular dystopic regeneration occurring.
Yes, that's beautifully put.
How you think he might have responded to
Well, there's a lot of Bowie's Soho, as I described, which is still there, of course. You can still go to the Ship pub, you can still go to those places, but of course, the social context has changed radically, of course. We can't think ourselves back to when he was in all those coffee bars and places throughout the mid to late 60s and the first, say, 3 or 4 years of the 70s. But yes, if he was alive today, probably like me, he would use Soho as a creative basis. I write there every afternoon because it still has a tang of the bohemian. It still has a tolerance towards people who are artistically different. All of that. So, it would be very different. Of course it would. Incredibly different. Because it's become so commercialized and commodified, which in his day, it would have been largely brothels and just cafes and restaurants, because it was the big red light area where girls were allowed to hang out on the street, and Piccadilly rent boys up the road also. So Bowie would have known that ethos very, very differently. Commodification would have changed his views of it, obviously. But as you know, and you probably all know, about a year before he died, when he'd been diagnosed with cancer, he came back secretly to London in disguise to visit everywhere which had been on his map at that time. Bowie was very good at disguise, because he usually, if he went on the tube, he'd read a Chinese newspaper, put on glasses and an old hat or something like that. He often said that he could walk out through the crowds queuing up to see him and they wouldn't recognize him, because he was very good at disguise. And so if you'd seen a very good looking man reading a Chinese newspaper on the tube, that would have been David Bowie.
Or a very good looking Chinese man.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Except he probably would have been in a crumpled hat and dark glasses, so he wouldn't quite have seen everything. But as you know, probably what, of course, is also marvellous about him, and we need to finish soon, is the fact that he, because his looks were so much a part of his creativity, he retained those looks virtually until the onset of cancer. The beauty of the features and the body, etc., were maintained throughout his life in an extraordinary way, which was given to him, of course, by some superior force to be the body that he worked with. I mean, you're not just dumped here. Everybody has their own incarnation, and that was his, to be exceedingly beautiful, and he will always be remembered for that as well as the work. Thank you, anyhow, all of you for coming.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Temenos Academy, and also to the Royal Asiatic Society. This is an occasion I always look forward to keenly. It's become an annual event that Jeremy comes to give us one of his stimulating, exciting, wholly original lectures. And tonight I think it's particularly thrilling. I've been hoping for many years to hear Jeremy speak about Ted Hughes. Jeremy himself is certainly Britain's most prolific and original and risk-taking poet. and it's going to be wonderful to hear him exploring the work of another wholly individual, deeply risk-taking, massively creative poet, Ted Hughes. And since today is November the 5th, we're certainly going to be in for a burst of fireworks, and Jeremy will undoubtedly provide them. So it's a great delight to introduce Jeremy Reid, who is going to speak on Raw Power, Ted Hughes, and the archetypal underworld.
Thank you, and I'd like to have you introduce me. Thank you so
Jeremy.
much. As you know, I don't give any introductions. Raw Power. It's unlikely that on February the 7th, 1973, bluely snowed in at Court Green, his roomy, ancient manor house in North Taunton, Devon, that any remotest leak would have reached Ted Hughes at the release on that day of Raw Power by Iggy and the Stooges, a proto-punk album of garage aggro with David Bowie credited as its producer, the two having met the previous year at the celebrity nightclub Max's Kansas City in New York City. The incongruity of the two artists isn't, however, gratuitous, and that Hughes's savagely feral persona Crow, arguably the most brutally realised avenger in British poetry, incorporates a mythic ferocity every bit the propulsive equivalent of Iggy's three-chord, corrosively paint-stripping Search and Destroy. Published 3 years before the release of Raw Power, Hughes's book-length sequence belongs to the same turbulent generational mix of cultural upheaval surrounding the late 60s transitioning into the politically rebarbative 70s. And is the opening stanza of Iggy's Search and Destroy so very different in its declarative mission to unconditionally annihilate than Hughes's declared war on theogony in the chiliastic arena of Crow? I quote Iggy, "I'm a street-walking chica with a heart full of napalm. I'm a runaway son of the nuclear A-bomb. I'm the world's forgotten boy, the one who searches and destroys." By any measure of pop lyrics, Iggy's menacingly paranoid protagonist with a heart full of napalm explodes musically into a world threatened to this moment by nuclear meltdown in a way that is both surreal and quasi-real. In Notes for a Little Play from Crow, Hughes depicts the same atrocity of potential end times as two survivors engaged in an agonized ritual performed under a giant red sun coming closer. Quote from Ted, "Mutations at home in the nuclear glare, horrors, hairy and slobbery, glossy and raw. They sniff towards each other in the emptiness. They fasten together. They seem to be eating each other. Hughes' stylistic experiment in mythic narrative that drives Crow saw him stripping the richly metaphoric language of his earlier poetry down to the components of raw existential ontology, in which no form of mediating intervention interrupts the maniacal ferocity of primal chaos. Crow was written between 1966 to 69 on the back of Hughes's personal shattering with the suicides of both his wife Sylvia Plath in February 1963, followed in March 1969 by his then partner Assia Wevel killing herself and their 4-year-old daughter Shura. Both suicides were by gas, resulting in carbon monoxide poisoning, with Plath insulating the kitchen with towels to protect her children who were sleeping upstairs, and Weddell almost as a copy of Plath's death 6 years earlier, sealing the kitchen door and window, then dissolving 35 Sonomil sleeping tablets in a glass of water, chased down with whiskey, and then turning on the Mayflower cooker. It's of note, too, in terms of impacting shock, that Hughes wasn't the initial discoverer of ether body, with Plath found by her appointed nurse, Myra Morris, with the help of a workman, Charles Langbridge, who broke the door down, and Weddell by the family's au pair, Else Ludwig, who found the two lying together on a mattress in the kitchen in their Clapham, South London flat. The Crow is sealed by an almost Vanta-black mood of desperate revolt in the unaccommodated universe is understandable, given Hughes's inevitable immersion in guilt and unquestionable dumb tragedy at the time of writing. Unable to alter or repair the past, Hughes unleashed Crow as an ambivalent affirmer, destroyer, with a mythic trickster's dynamic to incite controversy by epic lawlessness. Or do we, in reading Crow, personalise Hughes' protagonist into a black embodiment of his own psyche at the time of writing? We tend to read the poet and not the person. The ruin of someone half drunk, facing their own darkest corners in a cold kitchen, writing to try and make sense of unaccountable history gone wrong, and drinking more to try desperately to get above it. Desperately to get above it. What the public read is a book rather than its making, its wonky case history. What does Ziggy say in Search and Destroy? Soul radiation in the dead of night, love in the middle of a firefight. Lines that could be used as a definition of writing a poem out of disturbing, colliding emotional conflicts. If Crow was seen as a radical departure from Hughes's earlier work, in which his viewpoint is nature observing man rather than man sentimentalizing nature, then his romantic muscle as animistic shaman was the celebrated antithesis to Philip Larkin's ball-shrivelling poetic impotence of 2 acerbic poems a year to validate the typically careerist poets. Hughes was, by contrast, the indomitably inspired visionary of a type conditioned to create, and by comparison making Larkin appear inherently pedestrian. If Crow reads like a radical departure to Hughes's readers with his disarranged forms and aggravated diction, then his first 3 collections, The Hawk and the Rain, Lupercal and Wrecklings, reset the tone of British poetry with inimitably devastating crunch. The forcibly authoritative voice, so in command of its subject it seemed like he was it. The stomp of a Hughes poem permits no counter-argument. The focus is unflinchingly exact. The osmotic resignation to existential tragedy so acute, the descriptive qualities at work so image-based they fume with visual intensity, that Hughes immerses you in a poem like it's the last thing you'll ever read on earth. And that's how poems should be written, like they belong to the compressed space of your final hour as a prolonged adrenaline surge. Hughes's poems push out expansively into a universe in which there is no answers, only random galactic radio noise that originates outside the Earth's atmosphere, as possibly the unsettled aftershock of the Big Bang. I'm writing this in the living room in Green's Court, Soho, perhaps the smallest cafe in London, a great reckoning in a small room, as Shakespeare referred to Marlowe's homicide, a murder he may well have helped instigate. I'm there to write and buy the street drugs I live on, benzodiazepines. Hughes shows up in the waiting like a giant. During their sojourn in Recuperation Island in the late 60s, with Hughes booting up the ferocity of Crow, Assia observing from her first floor window the shed in which he wrote, expected, quote, the hut to smoke with the temperature of his presence in it. The temperature of his presence in it. It's Hughes's mining of psychic depths, the archetypal unfolding into its physical counterparts that places him into the heroic position of underworld voyager. In the poem Thrushes, the bird's instinctually polarized eye, lasered to kill, is counterposed against preoccupied human obsession. The thin divide between craft and madness collapsed into realized psychosis. I quote Ted, though he bends to be blent in the prayer, how loud and above what furious spaces of fire do the distracting devils orgy and hosanna, under what wilderness of black, silent waters weep. It's my belief you can't write poetry without encountering madness. Breakdowns are essentially built into the psychological type. If you don't go down, you can't come up. It's like the tube. Assia Wevel, in living with Hughes temporarily at Sylvia Plath's Fitzroy Road flat, in the months after Plath's suicide, has left us perhaps the only detailed account we have of Hughes's working methods by an eyewitness. Assia describes how Hughes would sit sideways, cross-legged, against Plath's black desk that was too small for him, with a sandwich in one hand and a pen in the other. According to her, quote, his nostrils flared, his hair feathery, and leaping forward like a peacock's back train in reverse, swaying a little as he writes, rather like a great beast looking over an enormous feast, dazzled and confused by the variety. She goes on to tell us of his absolute concentration, his immunity to noise, and that, quote, he's almost incapable of performing one wrong word. She also divulges his refusal to share his work with her and his glowering, solid black moods that often accompanied his writing process. It was Assia rather than Plath noted Hughes' reliance on channeling, state-altering inspiration as his shaping resource of heightened reality, in which there is a perfect cooperation of right and left brain hemispheres in establishing a momentary solidarity with existence into which the poem fits. And while there's an arguable neural messaging between left and right brain hemispheres, the right side conditioning imaginative creativity and the left language and analytic methodology, the messenger infusing the two into a simultaneous response, or the expanded awareness we call poetry, is perhaps uncommon and given to very few. It seems to be the difference between imaginative poetry and its opposite, reportage, which forms 80% of poetry, the efficiency and speed involved in imaginative perception leads to the sort of direct dissolve into metaphor or image. This is only partly received by poets lacking in deep subjectivity. The one realizes the inexhaustible possibilities of being, the other simply relates objective reality as a sharing experience. Larkin's trash. And it wasn't only the urgent, overpowering call to create that Assia noted, but a spectator's involvement in the limits imposed on her by Hughes's ruthless devotion to work. Quote Assia, "What insanity, what methodically crazy compulsion drove me to this nightmare maze of miserable, censorious, middle-aged furies with him, and Sylvia, my predecessor, between our heads every night." And does Assia's self-realized poetic prose in expressing the turbulence of her relationship with Hughes fall short of plus? I would argue in many cases it is far superior. It's arguable in Hughes's mythology she became the sacrificial victim to his ritualized call. In Iggy's title song, Raw Power, he sings, "Look in the eyes of a savage girl, fall deep in love in the underworld. Raw power is sure to come running to you." And the retribution came back on Hughes like a gun exploded in his brain. And what's amazing about poetry is its unimpeachable survival in the individual, its resistance to being pathologized or having its autonomous resource infected or disabled by personal crisis, but instead often feeding on personal tragedy as regenerative subjects. It's the paradigm Hughes instructs through the indestructible resilience of his trickster crow, which converts obstacle into questionable gain. In the same way Hughes survived catastrophic atrocities in his private life through the continuity of writing as navigable exorcism. The poem takes you to a different place from where it started, and you learn why along the way. And if you believe like me the future is already complete and we arrive at what has already happened, then the suicides in Hughes's life were occurrences intended to be rediscovered as integral to his destiny. His poetic exploration of the underworld. Nothing is randomized to me. What we've already done is what we experience now as tourists back from the future. And in Hughes's unforgettable last standard of Pibroch, something of the inexplicable, unredemptive nature of our involvement with the universe is expressed in the aching emptiness of the galaxies. Quoting Ted, minute after minute, aeon after aeon, nothing lets up or develops, and this is neither a bad variant nor a tryout. This is where the staring angels go through. This is where all the stars bow down. This is where all the stars bow down. You can argue, what does a skinny, heroin-addicted proto-punk pop star have to do with a serious poet like Ted Hughes that only I would link the two together? To me, there's every reason for the analogy. In that literature, with its prestigious academic validation, takes itself far too seriously, to the point of being a retrovirus, whereas the notational aggro of Iggy's Raw Power collapses boundaries between emotion and language, perhaps closer in outrage to say how Assia may have felt about Hughes, or Hughes Assia, or Plath about both. Iggy's I Need Somebody of Raw Power carries the same mixed mess of human relations with a volatility that smacks, well, I am your crazy driver, honey, I'm sure to steer you wrong. I am dying in a story, I'm only living to sing this song. And after Plath's revengeful suicide, in part precipitated by the separation Hughes demanded, he too was only living to sing his song in a distraught domestic arena with Assia, the green-eyed feral beauty with classical elegance for whom he'd left Plath, and was now the target of a rage directed more at himself, but turned on her as the target. A year after Plath's death, Assia wrote to Hughes, "I am convinced you have mayhemed my life. You left me with nothing to salvage. The only revenge I can take on you is to go to bed with any attractive man who asks me, to hurt your sensations out of my body, if not out of my mind or blood." Assia was responding to Hughes's serial sex addiction. His notorious voracious licentiousness, permitting no breaks on his sexual appetite. Hughes entered relationships, notably with Brenda Hedden, with the same creative, destructive agencies of nature that he so fully assimilated in his poetry. It's almost impossible to live with a totally committed poet without the partner feeling excluded and secondary to constant inner preoccupations that take precedence almost every other aspect of shared life. The absence of parallel processing, unless the partner has a strong sense of purposeful self-identity, is inevitably corrosive. And Hughes, with his refusal to cook or engage in basic domesticities, was at best difficult and at worst impossible. I'm making this assessment with no right to judge. It's no more than a considered evaluation of what others claim to have experienced. Hughes's third collection, Wrecklings, published in January 1967 by Turek Books. The poems, written at a low point in his life after Plath's suicide, is a much undervalued book that tends to go ignored and was never reprinted in his lifetime. As a book concerned with the exposition of personal sadness, Hughes called it a collection of bits and pieces which didn't seem to me to fit into what woe. But it's much more than that. Its assemblage of variables, perhaps dismissed by its author at the time on account of his despondent, unsettled, desperate mood and his argument with existence. There are outstanding successes in Wrecklings, like Plum Blossom, Stealing Trout on a May Morning, and The Lake, and emergent throughout the beginnings of what was to become Crows and Hughes's recreation of the universe as a warring, malevolent pitch. In Plum Blossom, he compounds aspects of the continuing folk epic that was to dominate his writing for the rest of his life in terms of the primarily unredemptive. Quote, "Inside the head of a cat, under the bones, the brains, the blood tissue, bone of the bone and brain of the brain, blood of the blood and tissue of the tissue is God's head with eyes open. And under that my own head with wide eyes, and under that the head of a bloody cat with eyes smiling and closed." Certainly no other British poet of Hughes's generation could touch the expansive courage of his conical vision, travelling like a spacecraft through the unmapped dark of inner space. The Lake, from the same collection, is as near perfect an imaginative realization of animated nature as Hughes ever achieved, with its armadillo skin surface, aware of itself, alive, and that humans, even as studied reflection, mean trespass in its own department of consciousness. The Lake's indomitable push towards its own constricted escape is observed by Hughes as a conflict of demented opposing energies. Quote, "Yet how the outlet fears it, dragging it out, black and yellow, a maniacal eel, battering it to death with sticks and stones. Hughes's Animism, encompassing the beliefs that all material phenomena have agency and that perceived things actively solicit our attention, or call out focus was his dominant poetic principle and remained actively so right throughout his career as part of a story-based cosmology in which matter is alive and in possession of a distinct spiritual essence. Animism, rather than empathy with humans, was Hughes's decided attribute, and it was one that shocked his poetry into forcible attention. At a time when British poetry was downsizing into constriction, Hughes arrived with the apparent spirit command of a shaman to emanate his belief that sentience exists not only in humans, but in all the components of nature as a holistic organism. In Beech Tree from Wrecklings, he again identifies the tree as independent of passive in our direct experience. Quote, "And like an old moss hunter, sucking the bones of all speculation, on its leashes fly owls and astronomers' skulls." This pantheistic accrediting of matured awareness, instructing the tree, is a very different operation to describing its natural characteristic, common to left-brained poets, who I hate, with only limited access to the right. It's this facility gives Hughes an almost tribally savage authority over an animalistic domain of lawlessness that shakes all safe boundaries within which most popular poetry is contained. It seems to me, that despite the catastrophic turbulence of his personal life, Hughes's real greatness of unparalleled originality as a poet is most specifically timelined from the publication of his first book, The Hawk and the Rain, 1957, to the seminally warlord avatar, Crow, 1970, a period in which Hughes's creatively manipulated and often terrifying self-mythology into recognition with the external world. The psychic commerce entailed in this often destabilizing process of poetic authority that may, in happening, override every other principle in life, cost lives in Hughes's case, before more fully reintegrating as a person from the descent into psychological chaos. What we may call an apprenticeship in darkness is often the first stage of a poet's emergence, and how deep he or she is prepared to go as a traveller encountering automatisms, archaic ideation, and transpersonal forms is dependent on individual sensibility. We could additionally argue that poetry, in the way Hughes literally embodies it, that's the only way he embodies it, is a recuperation from deep psychic processes experienced in the archetypal underworld, reinterpreted through the autonomous organization of language, the moody aloneness of the self-harming teenager, avoiding both parents and friends, may be indicative of the first states of poetic rights to a responsive nervous system. Hughes's poem Meeting, from his first collection The Hawk and the Rain, describes something of the initiatory testing of darkness involved in the fragile boundaries between madness and poetry, with altogether shocking clarity in their allegorized meeting. You can't get closer to the symbiosis of the engagement of shaman and imaginative realization than the black goat on a mountain ledge opposing the poet in his menacing pathway towards transforming realities. The black goat looks, stares the adventurer down into a shocked halt that he is in fact being scrutinized by a warning double, quoting Ted, a square, pupilled yellow-eyed look. The black devil head against the blue air, what gigantic fingers took him up and on a bare palm turned him close under an eye that was like a living, hanging hemisphere, and watched his blood gleam with a ray, slow and cold and ferocious as a star, till the goat clattered away. The poem expresses the return of the primal, the unstoppable rip of raw power, retrievably accessible to Hughes at a time of small mapping in British poetry. Put into pop referentials, it's what the Velvet Underground, the Stooges and MC5 were doing as garage prototypes of the period, as the precursors liberating punk into the deconstructive shattering of pop as commodified industry. If Hughes' second collection, Lupercal, finds him most perfectly in command of his core animism, then it's in part because subject and the brain activities involved in creating it often form a corresponding interface in describing the function of a tree roosting hawk in the stripped down brilliance of hawk roosting. Hughes is also deliberating on his methods, so poet and bird occupy the same shared space. Quote, I sit in the top of the wood, my eyes close. In action, no falsifying dream between my hooked head and hooked feet, or in sleep rehearse perfect kills and eats. One closes one's eyes in order to go deeper into psychic space when writing, and the measured in action or state of quasi-trance often perhaps helps mine the associative state between emergent imageries in the way that a hawk's resting point increases its alertness to kill. In this way, the shaping idea enters the awareness of both poet and bird as the closest call we can get to understanding the relationship between language and existence. Hughes expresses the quality of these convergent states when discussing Shakespeare's conversion of apprehension into spontaneous activity as, quote, he raises the idea into quasi-physical reality, then lets his feeling respond to it exactly as if it were real. That observation alone, coming from deep contemplative introspection about the neuro-processes involved in framing poetry, says everything about Shakespeare that we need ever know. That one line tells you everything. It's that simple if you have the facility. Whether you're drunk, ruined, drugged, hopeless, it's always there and accessible to process. In the way of Hughes, Shakespeare wrote oblivious to disruption or the irate haranguing of a wife demanding the attention he couldn't give. He drank himself blind and probably didn't bother with his dinner, eating it rapidly when left alone. Anyhow, he preferred boys. Sorry for the humour. What Hughes accentuates in Lupercal is the centralized position of the poet in the poem. He is direct center, rather than peripheral in the case of more objective poets dissociated from the work and essentially detached into description. In the same way, a lot of singers fail convincingly to enter the song, their phrasing suggesting lack of emotional contact with the lyrics and vocal technique as a substitute. Hughes, on the contrary, gets under the skin of his subject, like taking it captive and recruiting it for his own. And this isn't necessarily a romantic concept of centralized subjectivity. It's more dominance of liquid empathy empowering the exchange. It's there in many of the great poems that enhance Lupercal as a collection: pike, thrushes, an otter, hawk rooting, November, etc., where Hughes's characteristic dissolve hijacks the intelligence of his subject. And it's the inestimable depths of Hughes's mythopoetics allows this to happen, and of the kind he describes fishing a lake for pike as he might his unconscious to connect patterns of imagery, quote, stilled, legendary depth. It was as deep as England. It held pike too immense to stir, so immense and old that past nightfall I dared not cast, but silently cast them, fished with the hair frozen on my head. For what might move, for what I might move, the still splashes on the dark pond, owls hushing the floating woods, frail on my ear against the dream darkness beneath night's darkness had freed, that rose slowly towards me, watching. When you're down that deep into things, it's like the premonition of madness. Once on the edge of a precipitant breakdown, I recall looking out at tall sunflowers in the garden that turned into malevolent, red-faced giants, all synchronistically turned on me with their threat, and simultaneously feeling collapsed into interior depths that swallowed me. Hughes's output was monumental, in that he never deviated from the inexorable call of poetry as romantic totality. At a time when most poets were systemized into conventional employment, placing the material safety of a career above the hazardous but thrillingly adventurous quest of making poetry a singular command. And if you've really got it bad, and I mean poetry is a naggingly aggressive addiction, you can't get off because the compromise kills. Part of Sylvia Plath's encyclopedic list of complaints about Hughes, documented in her regular self-therapeutic letters to Dr. Boucher, her one-time psychiatrist, was Hughes's impracticality. Quote Sylvia, "He has never paid a bill. Always louses up the checkbooks at the times I've asked him to take that over, so I'll have to make it right, and has no idea of yearly rates, taxes, bills." And of course the answer is, why should he, when his dominant engagement with poetry was like being sucked into a parallel existence, and his sexual motivations those of Dionysian polygamy. And throughout her letters and journals, one wonders, as a poet given to hysteric and depressive disorders, Plath should expect Hughes of all people to subscribe to normal. Who cares a fuck about bills when you have poetry to write that is pushing its boundaries out into the cosmos? Anyone living with Hughes's propulsive, monomaniacal drive towards creativity would have been living in the shadow of a mountain, and it's indicative that Plath's speed rush of agonizingly confessional and celebratory poems that constitute Ariel were written alone at Cork Green, Devon, in the late summer and autumn of 1962, when Hughes had separated from her and was living with Assia in London. Plath's voluble, unilateral diatribe of hatred directed against Hughes in her letters, another sort of raw power, displays a complete lack of self-reflection on her part as to her hysterical behavioural input into marital implosion. Raw power again. Hughes's personification of the primal turbo of a jaguar's black predatory muscle is better caught in Second Glance at a Jaguar in Wadwoe 1967 as a ferociously insightful advance on his first instinctual autopsy of a jaguar in Hawk in the Rain. It's evidence again of Hughes's ability to become subject rather than poet in the course of operatively writing with the incisive precision of a neurosurgeon. Stroke. At every stride, he has to turn a corner in himself and correct it. His head is like the worn-down stump of another whole jaguar. His body is just the engine shoving it forwards, lifting the air up and shoving on under. The weight of his fangs hanging the mouth open, bottom jaw combing the ground. The phenomenology of Hughes's transpersonal experiences in poetry are so profoundly reorganizing and empathizing with alternate states of consciousness that he opens up possibilities of how sentient creatures experience awareness of a world they share with us, despite separation. This faculty is so individual to him that provides an indefensible weaponry of poetic assault, but accented in his first decade of writing, when his focus correlated with creatures rather than people, some of them closely observed when Hughes was working as a night watchman at Regent's Park Zoo, and others drawn from his rural upbringing in Miss Morrell, South Yorkshire. It was, of course, this phenomenal scent of the tribal that took Hughes to live at North Taunton for the last 3 decades of life, to root with the mythopoetic and reopen negotiations with what Hughes conceived as the innate power of animistic myth as the resources of his poetry. If his work doesn't appear to expand, but only deepen, it's because Hughes was essentially an underworld journeyer, prepared to encounter and learn from the darkest irrational motives archetypally programmed into the psyche. Reading a Hughes poem can be a bit like confronting a psycho on the tube who is already fixed on you, his murderously psychotic intentions given expression by his rolling eyes. I experienced that once on the Piccadilly line, and quickly exiting at Leicester Square against my antagonist's medicated impediment of speed, jumped straight into a yellow-lit taxi welcomely stalled at a red light outside the station exit. With Hughes, one has the barrier of words, but the implied impulse of much of Crow manifests the same sort of psychopathologies. In his Shakespeare and the Goddess, arguably the greatest book ever written on poetry, Hughes importantly refers to madness as a, quote, as a new bottomless resource, and for Shakespeare, quote, an infinite new field of operations, confirming my own lifelong conviction that the sort of poetry that breaks down doors into new dimensions is of necessity infected by a modified madness, a pinching out of recognizable frontiers into the previously undiscovered. Hughes wrote opposite to contemporary's condition to affirm what is already there, who wants it, what I call the careerist mode, to smack the reader hard in what they probably always feared to know. And that's one purpose of poetry, the exploration of high weirdness, like journeying into tomorrow and coming out today. I'm interested in what writers do while writing, and the processes of adrenalized clarity, maintained or distractive while constructing work. If I'm at home, I listen to rock music. It's stimulating, additive to my inspired work bang. If I'm out, I talk to weirdos in cafes who fixate on my handwriting. But what did Ted do? Drink and drink and drink, and walk out in a blaze across farmland, cursing everything under a grey, lowering sky, or shamanically packed through the agencies he recognised as spirit guides? According to Assia Wevel, whose detailed observations of Hughes, documented in black ink in her diary, less maliciously abrasive than Plath's ripping assault in letters, the left-hand side of Hughes's face looked younger than the right, and she saw him in the asymmetrical constituents of at least 4 different men. She noted, quote, "His mouth is grim, it's a sand ditch," and that the saturation of his black moods, when he sometimes couldn't write, provoked immediate destruction and a total irresponsiveness in him, supported by an exemption from her needs and inquiries as, quote, "I'm done," as a way of shutting down. It's back to Iggy Pop's, quote, "I am the world's forgotten boy, the one who searches and destroys." Assia also noted the wild, demonic hysteria in Hughes's dream topography of encounters with Plath, and how in one dream her hair had turned white, and that he shot a cat they had in Boston, but it refused to die. In another disturbing dream encounter with Plath, he recorded he had, quote, "a terrible grief dream about Sylvia, long and unending, in a house large stone on the moor's edge. The garden was also a cemetery," unquote. It was with this churning, oniric subtext of submerged guilt that Hughes began intimately writing the ferocious butchery of Crow as a questing assault on man's undecidable place in the universe, while claiming that Crow's evolution, quote, "gradually develops some purpose in life, which becomes a quest to find who created him." Hughes also noted the ambivalent characteristic that, quote, "he's forever, through one clue and another, approaching his creator, and when he gets there, it always turns out that it's some female or other." If Crow reads like a series of psychic genocides fired by atavistic mythologies, then it also finds its counterpoint in the serial atrocities of modern warfare as its physical basics. The night before his marriage to Plath, Hughes dreamt that he hooked a huge pike, and when the fish began to surface, its head filled the entire lake. In the same way, we can read his later personification of Crow as a black sun eclipsing the universe, a maniacal aggressor dragged out of primal domain to execute final vengeance like nuclear meltdown. But before Crow, there was Wadwoe, 1967. Drawn variously from poetry written during the time he spent with Plath at Chalcott Square in '63, and much of it during sojourns at Cork Green, when ostensibly Hughes was supporting himself by writing for children, as well as the need to write plays and stories for BBC broadcasts as an essential form of income. The poems in Wadwoe, and in particular the superbly elusive title poem, deepened Hughes's myth-making and myth-mapping into nature being fully aware both of its cooperation in and independence of man's efforts. Wadwoe as an invisible entity is drawn to the river searching for a reflective identity. Rather than being pure consciousness, in quasi-mythological suspension. Again, Hughes's shamanic inventiveness goes beyond his contemporaries into a self-definitive Hughes land that permits no trespasses. Quote from Woe, "What am I? Nosing here, turning leaves over, following a faint stain on the air to the river's edge. I enter water. What am I to split the glassy grain of water? Looking upward, I see the bed of the river above me, upside down, very clear. What am I doing here in mid-air?" Unquote. Imagination doesn't require answers. It's an extended, permeable totality that you can pinch into a chewing gum stretch, whereas formal left-brain poets demand that poems resolve into meaning. And meaning of what? Certainly nothing that interests me. Imagination is without resolution, and your own contact with it allows you to reinvent and personalize the experience rather than contriving a factual stoppage like a blocked artery, i.e. Larkin. You can sense I hate that man and all of his followers, motion and all that trash. Like all totally committed poets, financial anxiety was a constant, and after past suicide, and never really having wanted children, he found his responsibilities as a parent extending to Nicholas, Frida and Shura, the child he had with Assia in March 1965, without ever overtly claiming fatherhood. And how are essentially right-brainer poets expected to exist? As a particular, exacting, inexorably addictive call when left-brainers desert poetry for the material safety of secondary jobs. In other words, conceding to normal children the mortgage and the deployment of an institutionalized work ethic. How lucky I am I haven't. It's not without significance that Assia gifted Hughes in December 1966 with the rare 1880 edition of Alexander Gilchrist's seminal Life of William Blake, and with the OUP edition of Valor or the Four Zoas, in which Blake established his own uniquely disruptive mythology of apocalyptically conflicting cosmogenics, without apologies or explanations of his invented symbolism. You can't, with or without them, enter into other people's lives or relationships, or judge intrinsic values from an external position. But there's something so maliciously venomous about class rebound that you find neither in or Assia. Quote from Assia, "I laugh in my guts when I think of them married. They look exactly alike, the same colour, shape, everything. She is his twin sister, and like his sister, barren, uncreative, a real vamp. All sophistication. They smoke. Ted, a non-smoker, has been desperately practicing. Can't read that. Of the opposite sex to titillate each other. They will be elaborately unfaithful to each other, very rich and have no children. If her 2 abortions and 4 miscarriages can let me have this satisfaction." To Plath, Assia was, quote, "a Barency ad agency writer who commands a huge salary and puts it all on her back." There's something of a bit of paradox in all of this, and that Plath's published correspondence and journals amount to 4,000 pages, downsizing her poetic output to disproportionately minimal, no matter the incontrovertible brilliance of the aerial poems. Hughes worked a lot harder at poetry, and Woe, despite sharing poems with short stories and a radio play, is a major distillation of his irrepressibly renewable talent. Wardrobe provides inimitable successes like Thistles, Cadenza, Second Last at a Jagular, Skylarks, You Drive in a Circle, Pibroch, Full Moon and Little Frida, and not least the title poem, What Woe. Of all these poems succeed in evincing that poetry is the means of experience as well as being the experience itself, and that the natural dimensionality of poetry is to introduce the reader to an unfamiliar state of consciousness. My favourite from Wadwo is Cadenza, a turbulent mini-cyclone of imagery fueled to shattering. The poem's unstoppable momentum is experienced like a pilot ditching the nose cone into a mountain face. Quote, "The clouds are full of surgery and collision, but the coffin escapes as a black diamond, a ruby brimming blood, an emerald beating its shores. The sea lifts swallows' wings and flings a summer lake open, spins and bewilders its reflection till the whole sky dives shut like a burned land back to its spark." Nobody else could have written that. This is Hughes's raw power, ramped up to optimal with ravagingly lapidary imagery brimming with colours bled from source, and its audiovisual too with an emerald beating its shores, as though a green ocean is contained in the stone. Wadwo, as a transitional collection, rewards with a searing, shape-shifting originality in which the roughage of Hughes's Saxon diction rounds into sensuality, arcs into a sweep, and hints at the emergent themes of Crow, in which, abandoning all artifice, Hughes sets about disemboweling his own poems with his bare hands. Who can forget Thistles in their continuously undefeatable resurgence? Quote, "Everyone a revengeful burst of resurrection, a clasp fistful of splintered weapons, an Icelandic frost thrust up from the underground stain of a decayed Viking." Raw power in Hughes's timeline. And I'm also thinking of Black Sabbath's iconic heavy metal album Paranoid from 1970, a record signatured by Tony Lamee's aviational guitar riffs, drilling existence back a mile with every chord. At the same time as Hughes is publishing his enduring children's book, The Iron Man, so too Black Sabbath recorded their own Iron Man, a slice of apocalyptic time travel in which the Voyager, in the process of returning to the present, is turned into steel by a magnetic field and, unable to communicate his findings, turns on humanity with catastrophic vengeance. It's definitely Hughes's territory, even though it's improbable there's any overlap or that either artist was aware of the other's similar quest. While it's the guitar riff goes sonically stratospheric in aggressive incremental firepower, the lyric exploring the dumb state of a psycho is leaning towards similar in Crow. Quote, "Has he lost his mind? Can he see, or is he blind? Can he walk at all, or if he moves will he fall? Is he alive or dead?" It is an amazing phenomenon that both Hughes and Plath seem to have been totally blocked to the existence of rock music as the most influentially generational vector of times they lived through, with Hughes's preference always remaining classical and missing out on the shamanic components of the rock hero as tribal apotheosis and the liberating dynamic of sexualized energies it emitted. For Assia, not too long to go, for Assia, accompanying Hughes on his psychic pathway into Crow. She was forced to live with Hughes's parents at Cork Green, both of whom refused to acknowledge or speak to her, and in a household redolent of Plath, and in Assia's words, quote, a strong sensation of her repugnant live presence. Alienated and excluded by Hughes's locked for hours in his writing hut, and emerging like re-entry from the dissociative pull of inner space, she began to contemplate suicide with the underlying belief that Hughes would never surpass Plath's suicide and that she was in part to blame. In 1967, Assia returned to live and work in London, moving into a flat 14 at Marlborough Place, St John's Wood, and working for the Ogilvy Agency, while Hughes's poetic strain was persistently disrupted by looking after his chronically ill mother and equally depressed father. Returning to Cork Green in 1968, her sense of humiliation and despair tunnelled due to Hughes's inflexible routines and dislike of any attempted rearrangement to the layout of his house, and in addition, she had been fired from her agency job. Again, separating geographically from Hughes, Assia took over the lease of a flat in Oakover Manor in the north side of Clapham Common, while Hughes at Cork Green forced an entry into the inchoate darknesses of the epic he conceived as Crow, originally intended to incorporate prose and poetry as a monumental construct he never satisfactorily succeeded in completing. Even when Crow was published in 1970, the book omitted a wide scattering of Crow's poems already published in limited editions and in magazines and seemingly discarded. What is Crow? The partially conceived epic that Hughes identified as his poetic legacy? Is it a black abattoir of butchered self-loathing in which the autophardic poet cannibalizes his own experiences in the making of the poem into nihilistic degradation? Is it the internalized representation of Hughes into predatory sexual trickster accounting for suicides at the cost of his using bodies like meat? Is it the demythicization of religio myth into its opposite, the existential nadir? Is it the demolition of his own earlier writing mythologies into an apparent nuclear fallout of metaphor, a surreal catastrophe? Is it a black hex in which the incantations pull short of the feature? Is it end times germinated by a psychotic database? Is it the deliberation of millennia finally realized as brain-bashing atrocity, the sum of everything we imagine about the barbarity of the past and the nuclear warheads of the future? Is it an insertion into the primordial intelligence of creatures raided by Hughes and translated into the present? There aren't any answers to visionary poetics, only that the poem's manic assault succeeds in smashing the Larkin generation through the front teeth. If what was indicative of Hughes's expansive experimentation, then Crow was his delivery. The annihilative poetry is so independent in its operation that it owes nothing to the British underground or to the American postmodernism spearhead by John Ashbery as the liberating movements of the period. It's so adamantly, obstinately Hughes, both in its conception and in its piling on of remorseless violence, that the power of the writing exceeds its boundaries, like, quote, the man smashing everything he could reach and had strength to smash before he went beyond his own body, unquote. That may have been Hughes's ugly, compulsive mood at the time of writing an intended epic, that is like a black litany to death as an active rather than passive state. In support of his personalized black beast as indestructible avenger, Hughes's argument extends to creation as a conjectural sick joke. In the poem A Horrible Religious Error, the emergent serpent of biblical myth and the embodiment of evil terrifies all creation except Crow. Quote, but Crow only peered and took a step or two forward, grabbed this creature by the slack-skinned nape, beat the hell out of it and ate it. Steeped in folklore, alchemy, shamanism and the occult, Hughes, by way of exposition of his black trickster, conceded, quote, Crow is another word for the entrails, lungs, heart, etc., everything extracted from a beast when it is gutted. What is extracted when this is done is the vital organism of the creature, lacking only the brain and nerves. The crow of a man, in other words, is the essential man, only minus his human-looking vehicle, his bones and muscles, unquote. However one aspects Crow, the poem's impacting velocity continues to tear into the fabric of the future. Whatever its constituents of eviscerated myths bled into the tech of modern genocides and oligarchical autocracies, Crow remains the supreme documentation of the defiantly triumphant anti-hero in an arena in which, quote, reality was given its lesson, its mishmash of scripture and physics, with here brains in hands, for example, and there legs in treetops. Hughes wrote Crow against the menacing undertow of parallel relationships conflicting with his equivocatory commitment to Assia, whose inner resources to a part-time affair were starting to run out. Although still provocatively beautiful at 42, Assia had most probably been configuring her suicide as the second enactment of Plath for a long time preparatory to the act. Like Plath, she died in a sealed kitchen, the gas taps full on, and according to her neighbour, Miss Jones, who discovered her lying on some blankets on the floor on her left side, and her daughter was lying on her back with her face inclined towards her mother. Hughes, who was at Court Green, was the next day summoned by police knocking on his door to report immediately to Southwark Mortuary, London. The police were led to him by Assia, having left a stamped envelope addressed to him on her bedside table to identify the two bodies. In her will, Assia left Hughes, quote, my no doubt welcome accent and my always bitter contempt. Smashed, disconsolate, and with his life again in personal ruin, Hughes abandoned work on his heroically imagined epic and published Crow the following year in 1970 as a fractured portion of the intended whole. He told Brenda Hedden that he needed to omit his obsessive saturation with the words death and black as an unmitigating mantra repeatedly invoked in Crow from future works and move on into another attempted reintegration. How and where you deposit grief is an entirely personal issue, and poetry does little or nothing to repair it. Rather, it pushes you back into it rather than out. Hughes kept his grief private, his psychological scars submerged, not publishing birthday letters, his poems addressed to Plath until the year of his death, 1998, and choosing to publish his poems for Assia Capriccio as a limited edition from the Gehenna Press in 1990. And my own life, The suicides of friends started very early, either from the unmanageability of life's demands, drug abuse and dependencies, or the despair that comes of depressed disorders. I've written deeply personal elegies for most of the dead in my life, and of course the experience of the poem is unshared by the recipients. At best, it's a token for the family or friends as beneficiaries, and of course it costs pain, retrieving what you do from associated memories and attempting to compress the salient characteristics of a person into words that fit with aspects of their personality. It's invariably a flawed remake, a scattered offering. Nobody knows what I do at the living room, other than they express wonder at the consistency of my handwriting. And how could I tell them the unlocatable zones of inner space I'm travelling through, because I don't know myself? In this case, I'm trying to make a small entry point into the gigantic carcass of Ted Hughes' remains, his poetry, or what he called the crow, the essence that outlives the body and continues, in his case, to glow. Thank you. So I have invited Mikey Fitzpatrick to sing a song from his album Crow before we finish.
There was this man, and he was the strongest of the strong. He gritted his teeth like a cliff, though his body was sweeping away like a torrent on a cliff, smoking towards dark gorges. There he nailed himself with nails of nothing. All the women of the world could not move him. They came, their mouths deformed against stone. They came and their tears salted his nail holes, only adding their embitterment to his effort. He abandoned his grin to them, his grimace. With his face upward body, he lay face downwards, as a dead man adamant. His sandals would not move him. They burst their thongs and rotted from his fixture. All the men of the world could not move him. They wore at him with their shadows and little sounds. Their arguments were a relief, like heather flowers. His belt would not endure the siege. It burst and lay broken. He grinned. Little children came in chorus to move him, but he glanced at them out of his eye corners, over the edge of his grin. They lost their courage for life. Oak forests came and went with the hawk wind. Mountains rose and fell. He lay crucified on all the earth, and he grinned through the strings of his lips and the bones of his teeth. In his senseless trial of strength, in his senseless trial of strength, in his senseless trial of strength, in a senseless trial of strength.
You can, before Gravel gets at close, you can ask me any questions you want, providing they're not too personal. You can ask me anything about the talk I've just given, if you feel like.
I think we've got time for just maybe 2 questions.
Okay.
Would anyone like to ask? And I do have to thank Jeremy for one of the most exciting lectures that even he has given us, and for the way that he channeled the energy of Hughes. Very filling, very inspiring. Do we have any questions?
Jeremy, do you remember discussing Ted Hughes with Kathleen Raine at all?
I do immensely, yeah. Kathleen always claimed Ted couldn't write about people, but wrote brilliantly about nature, and therefore she kind of downgraded him into not a great poet because she felt he didn't empathise with humans.
Yeah.
But she had respect, of course, for the way he looked at nature. I helped convince her that he was absolutely fantastic. But later in life, she saw it, but the ferocity and the violence perhaps made her feel a little bit uncomfortable because she saw nature mystically, he saw it through nature, and I think that was their slight difference. But she loved his book, Shakespeare and the Goddess. She bought me a copy as soon as it came out and said to me, read it, it's the best book on poetry ever written. And it simply is. If you want to know how poetry is written, read Ted Hughes' Shakespeare and the Great Goddess of Being. Nobody has ever come closer to the nerves of what it creates to write. Thank you very much, thank Chris. Anybody like to ask a last question?
Maybe that's the moment to conclude. I think you've said it all.
Yeah, you could. I'm a proponent only of the imaginative and anti the careerist, which is 99% of poets.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everybody. And do engage in conversation, but not for too long.
Yes, thank you.
We can talk on our way. Thank you. Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Royal Asiatic Society, and still more, welcome to the Temenos Academy. One of the moments I always look forward to in the autumn is the opportunity to introduce Jeremy Reed and one of his wonderful talks, lectures, performances, readings, a facet of all of those. Choose what you will. In the last couple of years, I've been working on Jeremy's poetry, and I have read at least 50 volumes of his poems, dating from the 1960s up to the present day. And the experience has strengthened my view that Jeremy is probably the most important poet of my generation. Often overlooked, sometimes vilified, but nonetheless, he has a body of work which is unmatched, I think, in my generation and in this country. So it's always a great delight to introduce him. He's one of those poets who should be read by other poets as well as by general readers. And Jeremy is also one of the earliest members of the publishing group which surrounded and contributed to the original Temenos journal. He was a close friend of Kathleen's and a fellow poet. And so it's particularly exciting, and I'm particularly delighted that Jeremy has agreed to give us a talk about his friendship with Kathleen Raine, which I think will give us a tremendous insight into one of the key points of creativity in the second half of the 20th century. So I'm delighted to introduce Jeremy, who's going to speak on the Poets Academy at 47 Paulton Square, personal friendship of Kathleen Raine and Jeremy Reed. Thank you very much.
To meet Kathleen Raine, I was first confronted by a lion's head. The slightly oxidized brass door knocker featured on the aluminium-painted door to 47 Portland Square. The significance of this imposing solar guardian, I was to learn later, characteristically imported from Blake. Dictum, the wrath of the lion is the wisdom of God. The simmering July heat, mixed with an edgy quotient of whiffy white noise off the King's Road, consolidated my nervousness. Standing in this Georgian terrace garden square in Chelsea, a thrown look from World's End as punk attractor, and a glance at the smudged card strip on the door annunciator simply read Madge without Kathleen preceding it. I was there, eyes pitted with black eyeliner, relatively new to London, through the intermediary of David Gascoyne, who'd sent Kathleen my poems soon after the beginnings of our close friendship, optimally enhanced by our shared belief in André Breton's pioneering iconoclastic pointer, poetry in the service of the revolution. David, who hadn't published a book for 25 years, was contemporaneous with emerging from a black, solid mass of depression and episodic memory loss due to electroconvulsive shock, starting to be rediscovered, not only as an urban visionary, but for the seminal role he had played in the first wave of 1930s surrealism, in which uncensored imaginative autonomy pushed hard to subvert formal modes of literary expression. When the door opened, a dark-suited Kathleen, a single brooch as accessory, her blue eyes liquid with twinkling catchlights, I knew her to be in her early 70s, stood back momentarily, taking me in with her inhalation, and said carefully to me, "Yes, Jeremy, real poets are always beautiful. Do come in." I went into a green hall dominated by Cecil Collins's artwork. I didn't know, she told me. And straight into a kitchen, heady, resinous and tangy, with the rum-drenched, currant-eyed fruitcake she'd baked for my visit, and asked me to choose a tea from a line of chunky tin canisters, and being me, I selected, much to her approval, the pine-smoky tannins of Lapsang Souchong. By the kitchen door, open on a sunken garden, there was a box of jet-black pansies, true black rather than purple, a tip to her scientific knowledge of botany as something lived and known, as the organic extension of her core mysticism. What am I inventing by remembering, or remembering by inventing, and how do I recognize the dissolve? I was there, and I'm writing this now, and I can't run time backwards, only resituate events in the present, as though I can physically place Kathleen's 160 pounds seated in a lived-in, partially shabby green armchair in front of you, as she sat facing me in July circa 1981. But I did sit facing her, the time-travelled lemony sunshine filtering through with photonic clarity. I had a notebook with me, by which I mean I'm mobile. I write anywhere and everywhere, in cafes, in buses, planes, on the street, in public spaces, walking. I mean, it's always there, the language I need to make poetry. And Kathleen there as I describe her, and she was naturally curious about what I was writing and asked me if I would read her some new poems. What I had with me as work in progress was a section of my first novel, The Lipstick Boys, a fictionalized assemblage of my deeply traumatized teens in Jersey, in which I was socially outlawed for my pop star looks and disaffection from normal, and in the process sent from one dumb dystopian psychiatrist to another, sampling anti-anxiety drugs that made me weirder. As an antidote to toxic psychiatry, I played Lou Reed records very loud and immersed myself in the imploded cut-up of Burroughs' Naked Lunch. I stalled on reading it, telling Kathleen the contents were too personally disturbing and in need of revision, but she insisted I go ahead, qualifying extreme psychology as integral to visionary poetics. My descriptive passages of marine atmospheric sea fog aqueously colliding with rainbow halos led into descriptions of an older gay man, Nifty Jim, being brutally gang-beaten for wearing red lipstick, and to other same-sex persecutions, of which I noticed Kathleen was discreetly extinguishing tears. And when I stopped reading, she was adamant she was not only going to find a publisher for the book, but introduce it. She immediately called her friend Alan Clodd, who had published a number of her books, and David Gascoyne's from Enitharmon Press, and told Alan not only that he was going to publish it, but that she would supply an introduction, as she liked the idea of risk in supporting my subculture. As the afternoon deepened rather than progressed, Kathleen spoke of the androgyne as the archetype most conducive to imaginative creativity, and how, in accordance with her belief in the perennial philosophy, she'd largely renounced the heteronormative world for the intellectual refinement of gay men, the likes of Rupert Doone, Francis Bacon, Patrick White, David Gascoyne, Robert Duncan, Gavin Maxwell, James Merrill, etc., all of whom contributed significantly to her psychic diagram of altered sexuality as integrated into the Jungian concept of the mandala, telling me too, and much later in our friendship, that she too felt she inhabited bisexual consciousness as an aspect of her psyche. She'd left 2 husbands, Hugh Sykes Davis and Charles Madge, committed her 2 children, James and Anna, to the care of her friend and patron Helen Sutherland, and totally liberated herself into the pursuit of poetry, collateral to her self-appointed post, as she called it, secretary to William Blake. What more can you offer? The romantic quest of poetry as quantum unifier, or the quotidian banality of raising children? There is only one option: poetry. The penumbral guilt of deserting her children that ate into Kathleen's nerves later in life was a persistent, wrung-out obsession that we went over and over together in the attempt to lessen her irrational sense of guilt at letting her children down in ways that became an augmented, inventive fiction. Kathleen was vociferously anti-feminist, and while personally abdicating the role of mother and forming what she called a spiritual family of friends, she insisted on woman's role being domestic and not creative, arguing that woman genetically had failed to create poetry comparable in her estimates to her male archetypal heroes, Dante, Shakespeare, Blake, Shelley, and her contemporary ideals like St. John Perse, David Jones, and David Gascoyne. She considered woman inferior in biochemical aspects of creativity, arguing that the optimal qualities of femininity were to be discovered in the male androgyne, who was more adept at exploiting the duality than his female counterpart, her masculine aspects. Her profound studies of Plotinus, and she insisted on giving me a beautiful green and gilt edition of his treatise on beauty, the alchemically based psychology of C.G. Jung, Burma, Blake, and the whole mystic genealogy right up to Crowley, Corbin, and James Hillman, consolidated her thesis that male androgyny, Proust of course included, was the bronchial plexus that motivated creative autonomy. Seeing in me an addition to her claimed genealogy, she insisted soon after we met I read all of Proust as confirmation of my own self-identity, and would sometimes visit Peter Jones, the retail outlet at nearby Sloane Square, and buy me scents I had come to personalize, like Guerlain's Le Bleu and the tropical grass-saturated vetiver, admiring like me its maker, Jacques Guerlain's aesthetic japanophilia, expressed in the subtle character of Mitsuku, in which the girl's tragic personality is the genie in the scent. Kathleen herself used a scent from Image d'Or, the woman's clothes shop in Pond Place, Chelsea, where she bought XL dresses and suits, usually accompanied by her close friend Cetus Blacker. While Kathleen's schematic for the androgyne, nominalizing the adjective androgynous, was derived formatively from Plato's Symposium, in which homosexuality is correspondingly idealized as a Socratic component of androgyny, I was able, without resistance on her part, to introduce contemporary pop looks as a continuity of the state into her awareness, the likes of Mick Jagger, David Bowie, Michael Jackson and Annie Lennox, in which masculine and feminine characteristics provided an extended culture of gender ambiguity. She herself remarked to me often and enthusiastically on the lurid cerise, turquoise, flamingo, emerald, scarlet, punk hairdos she regularly saw when out shopping on the King's Road, particularly at Waitrose, her preferred supermarket. One afternoon when I visited her, and a rare day on which she'd actually been paid for something, she told me she'd given a wad of cash to a junkie in a doorway, telling me she thought it was better to live in altered state reality than in the corporate system she so despised, quoting Blake, quote, "Those who do not have light in their face shall never become stars." Nobody had better integrated the molecular exhaust of Blake's prophetic writings than Kathleen Raine, both in the galaxy of its inner pathways, but also through the architectonics of London, the city in which Blake lived and out of which he built the import of his post-apocalyptic realities, the great seething whirl of plasma he called, quote, "a fortuitous concourse of memories accumulated and lost." There was no doubt in Kathleen's mind or in mine, again utilizing Blake, quote, "the imagination is not a state, it is the human existence itself." When we first met, she'd been advised to slow down on account of a tired heart, a diagnosis she was to refute by engaging in relentlessly active work for another 2 decades, using homeopathic dosed hawthorn as a natural vasodilator and whiskey to promote circulation. She'd already fired all of the 3 initially contributing editors to Temenos in order to assert singular control over the contents, never compromised in anything she did, and objected with impassioned defiance to any opposition to her literary beliefs. She created enemies in the same way as she attracted friends, caring nothing for the consequences, and asking me on my visits to read through poetry submitted to Temenos. I was told to bin contributions by woman and generally discard most submissions as substandard. Ted Hughes' poems were rejected with a long accompanying letter by Kathleen arguing that he was unable to personalize humans without converting them shamanically into animals, and that he failed her poetic criterion on these grounds. Geoffrey Hill's poems were similarly thrown out as spurious for what she called, quote, "religious rather than visionary impulse." And my attempts to argue a case for Tom Gunn was flattened by her dismissal of adolescent themes for biker boys. While she willingly published Robert Duncan, Allen Ginsberg and Gary Snyder, my appeal for John Ashbery met with a rejection of unfocused Disneyland. And once Kathleen began drinking at 5:30, often forwarded to 5 on my visits, drink being unmeasured tumblers of scotch diluted fractionally with mineral water, her denigration of most existing reputations in literature was habitual practice of downsizing individuals she thought detrimental to her personal view of a psychological type she insisted to be representative of poetry. Kathleen, like most drinkers, serious drinkers, liked both the excitatory and sedative effects of alcohol on the brain's rewards symptoms, and drank not only whiskey, Teachers, Glenfiddich, famous grouse, Isle of Jura, if friends brought it as gifts, but wine and an aperitif called Punta Mez, an Italian vermouth characterized by 1 point of sweetness and half a point of bitterness, halfway between Rosso vermouth and Campari. She disliked people who didn't drink and was open about it. seeing alcohol more as an inspirer than depressant, and in our friendship a loosener to peeling away some of the layers of personal guilt she felt able to confide in me. Her own profound understanding of inner states, particularly breakdown, emotional grief, loss, death, the anomalous and often acutely disturbing realities explored by poets, and the alienation experienced by those whose gifts differ from the demands of quantitative materialism, would have made her, to my mind, an exceptional Jungian analyst as well as a poet. Booze is a good fixative for my personal recollections of Kathleen, for much of what she told me was over drink and synaptic rather than linear. I'm writing this sitting outside in Leicester Square. There's a crystal sugar skull of rain clouds building over the Piccadilly entrance to the square, and a young busker riffing into a beat-up version of the Beatles' Here Comes the Sun that isn't going to send an acid-dazed John Lennon back from the future. I'm crumbling grains of white Indian Valium into my palm as a habituated user, while a Thai girl sitting next to me, who has been periodically remarking on my handwriting, tells me she's called Orne, and would I like to meet her there at the same place tomorrow if she wants to know me. Kathleen's amalgamated, of course, into distractive brain chatter, and as Orne goes back to her local restaurant job, I refocus Kathleen as the mobile theme of my writing, while the busker goes retro again with The Price of Love. It was a theme often returned to by Kathleen in her attempts to incite why she was so destructively unsuited to relationships and so supportively constructive to real friendships. She told me that in neither of her two marriages had she achieved any degree of sexual pleasure. She was emphatic about that, and had quickly turned to sublimating her senses through an enhanced, almost mystical bond with nature that for her scientifically revealed itself to the senses as the universal heartbeat, a cellular organism she accessed through her poetry, not descriptively but symbiotically, as though intuiting in nature the design or transcendent shape of lyric as it came up in its pure state. There's a total absence of the urban jungle in Kathleen's poetry, an omission of all the high-tech and edgy street energies that drive my own poetry, leaving her work in a way excerpted from time and place and focused only on themes she considered perennial and not subject to the oxidization of change. It leaves her poetry curiously displaced from social context and constructed exactly in that way. And if my poetry is all about the transmission of speed, then hers is its polar opposite, the slowing into autonomic trance as its method of construction. The Blakean warrior in Kathleen is not to be found in her poetry, but in the combative stance of her prose, her Blake studies, her autobiographies, her quintessential commands for poetry in defending ancient springs, and the inner journey of the poet, in which her indomitable conviction that poetry is a way of life and not a careerist sideline reached their optimal exponential. Nobody defended the committed poet's legacy as the unacknowledged legislator of the universe, in Shelley's phrase, harder than Kathleen, through her luminously directed prose and creative friendships that she saw as equal to her work. She repeatedly referred to universities as, quote, the enemies of imagination, seeing their role as reductive and her time spent teaching at Cambridge as creatively sterile, and preferred to live on very little income, like Blake himself, rather than concede the essential freedom of the poet's role in society. I've never known anyone less materialistic than Kathleen. She was fortunate to own a Chelsea house got from a friend at a time when the quarter was a bohemian artist's barrio, and high-end Chelsea as yet unexploited by real estate profiteers. It was a period in the 40s when the poppy red-haired Quentin Crisp lived round the corner in Beaufort Street and became a friend of hers over tea in cafes. By the time I met Kathleen, she felt radically alienated in a square metastatized by the greed of paramilitary financiers, sealed into blacked-out jeeps as mobile fortresses. If Kathleen felt understandably angular to the Thatcher greed politics of the 80s, in which hedge funding diagnostics went viral and the arts were relegated to the ministerial backyard at a time when she desperately needed funding for her idea of a Temenos Academy, then her own natural resilience hardened. Driven by the notion that Temenos should not only exist as a document expressing her beliefs in what she called, quote, the learning of the imagination, she conceived of acquiring a London building that would serve as a physical academy for students to study degree courses in the more esoterically based doctrines that she believed comprised a recognizable substrate to the collective psyche. What she looked for initially was private patronage, an exhaustive route in which tentative promises never properly materialized, and the pursuit of which ate into her creative working time, as well as increasing the frequency of her angina attacks, that when I witnessed them would last for periods of 5 or 10 minutes acutely discomforting pain. She started taking the prescription drug nitroglycerin to prevent chest pain, a nitrate vasodilator with a biological half-life of 3 minutes, taken orally, and this brought considerable relief to the alarming pain that would sometimes inhibit her activities. In order to help fund the magazine, she sold off her valuable first editions of Thomas Taylor's translations of the Neoplatonists, the text that Blake dipped into, poets dip rather than read. So too, her personalised David Jones lettering and the design of her name that she kept framed above her worktop in the living room. Unstoppable in her conviction to concretise her beliefs, she was establishing an academy to house them. She prioritised Temenos over her own work, one of the demanding undertakings being an almost global correspondence. She was a great and untiring letter writer, mostly by hand. And despite the fact I saw her every few weeks, I received regular and often long letters from her in support of her beliefs or in the encouragement of my writing. She gave herself fully and generously in her letters to friends, and formidably and vehemently to her enemies. She took fierce issue with detractors and welcomed combat in the way Blake defiantly put down opponents. Kathleen had her internalised black book of enemies, mostly drawn from the literary world, making little or no allowance for their coexistence in her lifetime. She particularly disliked the genre of mainstream British fiction. I won't use the names, the sort of wallpaper fiction she termed discursive trivia. She tended, with exceptions like Proust, Faulkner and Patrick White, who she strongly advocated, to regard fiction as a secondary resource to poetry, in which her frontline antipathies were largely directed at the Auden generation and to the misanthropic provincialism of Philip Larkin and the small realistic fieldwork of a poetry influenced by him. She repeatedly called their effort social reportage, seeing it as simply describing reality as reality to no other advantage to the reader. And if there's no exchange of reality, then writing is simply boring. Words should be chemical messengers and not unaltered signs. During the 90s, and considering herself underread, Kathleen undertook the gargantuan task of reading all of Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the entirety of Mathers's translation of the Arabian Nights, the Rigvedas, Ezra Pound's cantos, great choice, from cover to cover, Golding's Ovid, directed to that by Pound, and a continuous stream of books on the esoteric and occult scientists gifted her by admirers. Review copies of books sent her by publishers were usually binned or sold on in piles to Chelsea antique books around the corner at World's End. I'm back writing in Leicester Square. Tomorrow, yesterday or today, it's all the same. I'm an alien tourist, and Orna's on her lunch break like she's never left the last one. Spotting me, she comes over and asks if I'm writing a story, and I say yes, everything's a story. And she takes her shoes off and shows me the damage done to her feet by waitressing. The money's shit, but she can't get another job. Disproportionately, I show her the damage done to my right index finger by writing, and she offers to massage it. I'm a strange attractor. I seem always to have this collusive effect on strangers. It starts to rain. It always does in Leicester Square. And I tell her I'll see her yesterday, or do I mean tomorrow? It's all the same when you're writing. I go off to Patisserie Valerie on Soho's Old Compton Street to continue this, and she back to work. I've deliberately avoided referencing Kathleen's autobiographies as backup, as autobiography is usually a metafiction for the life you would like to have lived but never did. In other words, it's mostly lies. Having just written one called Bandit Poet, I know the trick. Makes no difference anyway. It's how it's written counts. Nobody can validate facts as they belong to a past that is unverifiable. Can you really remember what happened tomorrow? In a very real sense, 47 Portland Square as Kathleen's modus operandi was her London hub, the domestic locale or slice of the city that provided her with a physical platform to oppose the creepy indifference of external politics with a counterposed inner hierarchy of symbols she conceived as Golgonooza, the city within a city that Blake's Jerusalem argues as a reality. She engaged with the city through a busy social life, both at home and through attending functions in her capacity as Blake's secretary or emissary. It was a heroic quest that set her apart from most of her contemporaries, the idea that Blake's world is this world only seen differently, and your purchase on it is through perceiving it imaginatively as a quality of inner space. Kathleen was never pedantic about her knowledge of Blake's uncompromising affirmations of visionary reality. Rather, she shared generously in conversation, colouring a point often casually by a line that fitted, and often to me in relation to work. Eternity is in love with the productions of time. In other words, don't waste a moment because it won't come up again. The story comes from Thomas Gilchrist, who as Blake's first biographer pinched up as much of his Soho DNA as possible, that once, stopping off for a drink of porter in a Soho pub, Blake was confronted by the angel Gabriel and reproached for taking time out, and immediately returned to his work engraving plates for Flaxman's Hesiod, which was published in 1817. And for Kathleen, there was almost continuous rumble of emotional war with her family, all of which was run by me in great detail to approve psychological support for grievances carved into her tissues. Kathleen simply wouldn't tolerate the fact that neither of her children, Anna or James, gave her work the seriousness she felt it demanded. While becoming a personal friend of Anna's, I saw little of James, except for an ugly domestic row that occurred on one of my visits, when James, partly stewed by Kathleen's liberal slugs of scotch, exploded on provocation into telling his mother he'd never read one of her books and never intended to, something that led to a violent row with James storming out and slamming the door. Unabashed by James's aggression, Kathleen told me that she was to blame for having partially disowned him, but was understandably affronted by what she called his denial of everything she stood for. At the time, Anna was temporarily living at Kathleen's and working at Watkins' bookshop in Cecil Court, a place with which Kathleen had a long and close association with its founder, Nigel Watkins, and through the shop's importance to her in sourcing the esoteric books essential to her work, many of which lived spines facing out on the shelves of her living room. As irascibly incontrovertible as her spiritual mentor Blake, with whom she shared an almost osmotic empathy, her reserves of compassion were correspondingly inexhaustible, and trouble in my life in the form of breakdowns, the suicides of close friends, and the general emotional mess that is part of life were taken on by her with a generosity of support and psychological knowledge supplied with unconditional love. She was quite unshockable. You could tell her anything and she would incite it at source, or find a parallel in the experience of friends and take it to depth and support grief or pain with solicitous concern. Death as a subject came up often, and she was at all times afraid to die, both as the termination of her work and identity, but also because she feared the existence of an afterlife as a system not supporting rest, but the continuity of unresolved aspects of personality. It may be that individuals over-attached to a particularly self-identified and unrepeatable creative curve feel the loss of it more than those who are perhaps easily collectivized into their material role in society. If your gifts are special, you correspondingly value and fear their extinction. Death is hard as you are letting go what will never come again in that particular physical form created specifically for that purpose in a moment in time. Kathleen was acutely aware of that, and her greatness came in part from acknowledging her transience and in attempting to build a legacy that would continue without her. She asked me from the earliest stages of our friendship if I would be one of the persons there when she came to die, and I was with her at the hospital hours before her death, when looking at me directly in the eyes, blue iris on blue, she recited the passage from Blake on mercy, pity, peace and love as her last words to me. She was still expected to live when I went back home. I'd taken her a bunch of pink peonies, and it was Thetis Blacker who was with her at the end, helping her let go into whatever death means. Kathleen loved life as it bounces on the senses. If you took her flowers, she inhaled the whole bunch as though her life depended on it, and loved English garden flowers that she cultivated, scented roses, fritillaries, mahonia and mimosa, camellias, lily of the valley, poppies, cornflowers, all of which she grew, and particularly giving me bunches of marzipan-scented, jubilantly yellow mimosa on its arrival in the corners of spring. Her room was never without flowers, usually brought by friends, including myself, and observed by her pigment for pigment, inviting from her sometimes a line from Swedenborg on singularity, quote, "No substance, state, or thing in the created universe can ever be the same or identical with any other." In her life, she combined the scientific with the aesthetic, in other words, the active ingredients of good writing, aware always of the adaptive interface between inner and outer realities as the site of poetry, and that the great unlimited inner spaces were there to be mined as inexhaustible resources. Blake's mythically constructed cosmogonies, realities to him, but often locking the reader out of his complex systems, read to me like non-tech sci-fi, a mapping of warring exoplanets in which rocketry is replaced by mythic volatiles in a chaos reddened by apocalypse or psychosis. Kathleen's philosophical and metaphysical expositions of Blake's schematic approach genius, but they are, of course, individual interpretations coloured by a lifetime's immersion in his furious, chiliastic vision. She certainly inherited from Blake an aggressive antagonism to any faction critical of her policies. Intensely focused, she wrote papers, essays, reviews, introductions fast and often without reference, as her knowledge was fluently consummate and there on demand. She wrote poems in diminishing number, longhand into journals, and would read me new work always in exchange for mine. Like all good writers, she was simple in her method and eloquent in the results, seeing it as I do, as natural as oxygen. While she cared nothing for material rewards, she was concerned about her literary reputation, repeatedly asking me if I thought her work would outlive her as value to future generations. Who survives is rather like trying to select a single raindrop in a whizzing downpour. Who knows where the sparkler lands? And she'd tell me, quote, "All of my life I've worked like a black for no result," and the whiskey would usually soften or blur the edges of her jangly dilemma. Like all creative people, who hope in some way to be remembered, she faced the excruciating crisis of having to let go work she could no longer control or rehabilitate in her favour. And of course, it's not easy walking out with no future physical claim on work you've spent a lifetime perfecting. Of course, it pissed her off, as the prospect does me, or anyone who does something special that may be imported into the future. For some reason, Kathleen's big snarl was with Sylvia Plath's posthumous afterlife. For me, arguably and indubitably one of the greatest of 20th century poets. Her blitzkrieg of stunning imagery and stripped-down confessional focus, pushing her so far down the sliding line of posterity that she will never go away. Kathleen was for some reason in full-on contention with Plath over a posthumous merit she intended to succeed, and refused to read Plath properly, her crushing put-down trading off her conviction that Plath's reputation was secured more by her suicide than the legitimate property of her electrifying poetry that puts a dopamine wallop into the brain. But Kathleen wouldn't have it, and while she made allowance for Robert Lowell's documentation of manic breakdown in his seminal life studies on the grounds of his sweeping mythic archetypes into his disruptive mania, no such allowance was granted Sylvia Plath. All the more pathologized hysteria of Anne Sexton as still another suicide in the escalating personal tragedies that littered the pre-millennial build of late 20th century poetry. It wasn't only that she wouldn't have it, but she wouldn't read it. Diane Makoski, Rochelle Owens, Adrienne Rich, Bernadette Meyer, Denise Levertov, Veronica Forrest Thompson, she wouldn't give them existence or acknowledge their place in the atmosphere. She complained instead that she herself had given too little time to poetry and too much to prose, and that now it was irreversible. She said about assembling her collective writings on Yeats for Leanne Miller's Dolman Press, the last book he was to oversee, to publication in 1986 as he was dying of cancer, and sent him a box of champagne to help palliate and end narrowing on him the following year. Kathleen was dissatisfied with her own input in that book, telling me that Francis Yates, whose books like The Art of Memory and Giordano Bruno and the Hermetic Tradition she so admired, would have researched the esoteric side much deeper, but that she wanted to bring her Yeats studies to a conclusion, as she had sort of fallen out of love with his work romantically, describing the first drafts of his poems to me as pedestrian. Blake, on the other hand, remained irreducibly, iconically her undiminished avatar, shining a light into her intrinsically and how she perceived London, the alternative one he'd built into its financial towers and floating arpeligos of office space. She looked for the diagram of his Jerusalem in her daily life, and told me of the times when a delusionally schizoid David Gascoyne would take refuge with her and set out at night to walk across the city, returning at dawn as the amphetamine he'd taken wore off, and telling her sometimes everything in the room had turned gold as part of his alchemical quest to literally see the sun at midnight. In the early 50s, the sustained chaos his schizophrenia brought into her life led to a severance in their relationship that lasted for a decade, and again she blamed herself repeatedly for having forced him out of her life as his illness grew to intrude on her disciplined work. Kathleen was instrumental in keeping David away from toxic psychiatry, insisting quite rightly he should see only Jungian analysts and incite his scrambled paranoid symptoms archetypally as the therapy best suited to his particular visionary type. She told me how David would lie on the bed all day, burnt out by conflicting radio in his head, voices that opposed his creative processes with often brutally obscene intervention. Apart from a generic predisposition to schizophrenia, David was also suffering episodes of amphetamine psychosis that had him proclaim the second coming in the streets. When in the mid-80s I completed my first non-fiction book, Madness, the Price of Poetry, and at Kathleen's request read her parts of the book in process, she again selflessly and generously informed Peter Owen of the book's deeply empathetic focus, advising him to publish it and initializing a long and productive association with his publishing house that was the result of my continuing to publish fiction and non-fiction books with him as an outstanding independent publisher, known always for pushing the edge. And while Peter over the years made regular requests to Kathleen for a book of essays, she never took him up on it, reluctant to assemble a new book after the very low sales of The Inner Journey of the Poet that she told me didn't even amount to 300 copies. I think, like most poets, she felt she was writing for no one, but was undeterred in her conviction. She was emphatic in telling me that at the moment of death, the question asked is whether you have honoured your purpose or calling, and she was clear she'd attempted her best in giving her all. If Kathleen found gay men more conducive company, partly due to her own psychological androgyny, then falling in love unrequitedly with Gavin Maxwell, a neighbour of Portland Square, and feeling, of course, physically rejected, only further compounded her sense of inconsolable loss, although she was willing to concede that her principal romance was, of course, her Blakean studies, and that human relations lived in the shadow of that luminously personalised nimbus. To me, she always shone as the brightest thing in the room, her aura a solid shape of condensed purple, blue, green and orange arabesques coalescing into a molecular cone, comparable sometimes to the lurid sunset over World's End just down the road from her. There were boxes of organic vegetables arrived from Highgrove every 2 weeks. Kathleen used to mark up passages of literature for Prince Charles to read on flights, and was his sort of unofficial literary guru. She used to ask me to read the personal handwritten letters in blue ink that he sent her on crested paper, some of them relating to his misconceived marriage to Diana, and often carrying highly sensitive information about his parents considering his attraction to the green world and his superficial knowledge of world religion as deeply injurious to his media profile, writing in a memorable phrase that he would never be king by reason of his parents considering him haphazardly unconventional and, in his own words, mad. Charles's secretary would on occasions finance the publication of Temenos, conditional to a piece by Charles appearing in the issue, heavily edited and in parts rewritten by Kathleen. Like me, Kathleen lived in part from selling her papers to her archive, and Charles's letters were carefully concealed in a folder for this purpose of preservation. In the week succeeding her death, MI5 entered her house at Portland Square, temporarily occupied by Liz, her granddaughter, and stole the files for the obvious reason of their potentially toxic contents being leaked to the press. It's an odd juxtaposition to think of Blake's secretary being under the surveillance of secret intelligence. But Kathleen believed in an ideal hierarchical world in which poets should be patronised by princes, even though her objective to secure a property from Charles as a composite Temenos Academy repeatedly failed to find concretisation. No longer writing very much poetry, she bought an Irish black wool cape to assert what she called a poetic presence at social functions. Like me, she believed you should look like what you do as the physical adjunct to your art. My long afternoons with her comprised an extraordinary, privileged, hands-on education of shared ideas. Disagreement with Kathleen on my part never occurred. I listened and pushed in my ideas where they seemed to connect. We spoke regularly of aliens, I'm one, or visitors from the future as already here in the transitioning morph of one gene into another, in the sense that in a seminal essay on inner space, as the pioneering province of science fiction, J.G. Ballard memorably named Earth as the only alien planet. What for me are aliens, but for Kathleen, the archetypal states realised in Blake's visionary schematic of the human city. One essential that Kathleen and I always considered paramount was that poets need luxuries and not necessities. In other words, expensive clothes, books, booze, scents, taxis, teas, jewellery, etc. The aesthetic always overriding the practical in optimizing sensory pleasure at the expense of boring material investments. Kathleen only used Roger Ergalet soaps, something I do too, selecting her favourite flower of osmanthus, or on a soberer note, green tea. For recipients of hand-labelled jars, she also made the crunchiest, most citric, tangy, whiskey-tinctured orange marmalade, her intuitively blended mixology being done in the autumn as a deep umber treat. Sometimes in the late afternoon when I was visiting her, we'd be joined by Norman, whose role in Kathleen's life was to bring seriously priced black vintage to the evening, wines that Norman treated as intelligent entities, uncorking and leaving to room temperature sometimes for 2 hours before pouring. Norman handled wine as an experienced nose and took me independently to restaurants that nurtured his sort of broody reds, neither of us eating anything, but just concentrating on the wine's variable, coercive moods. There's still another of Kathleen's special gay friends singularly devoted to mystic pathways. Norman, in his bespoke charcoal pinstripes, held bottles like a snake handler looking to contain a red serpentine mussel escaping the bottle. Indefatigably courageous, and generally well despite intermittent panic brought on by angina, Kathleen lived into her 90s without any form of home help, fully active and singularly focused on consolidating her belief in Blake's expansively visionary perception in which imaginative reality supersedes secondary or quantitative existence. I never knew her depressed, despondent, sometimes at the refutal of her work by mainstream critics, but always above it with an overview that the inner cosmogony star-mapped by Blake existed totally independent of reductionist policies. For Kathleen, inner had become a total immersive reality, a space into which to die as a continuity of the state in which she lived and believed. And of enduring importance to me, she introduced me to her close friend and teacher, Prince Kumar, who continues to this day to be a light cone in my life, the guide to all inner signposting through the application of science to spirituality, never separating the transcendent from the human crisis of living, and interacting with the likes of Allen Ginsberg, William Burroughs and Christopher Isherwood in helping them reconcile the necessary underside to creative experience to its counterposed higher state. As Blake so appositely stated, quote, "There is no thought without mind." So Kumar recognizes that dark and light are interdependent in the place they occupy in creative experience. Otherwise, there is a seriously defective imbalance in the poetic genome. Those who aspire to higher consciousness reach it through journeying by way of the underbelly into a more realized design. If you always sit on top of the mountain, you miss the struggle in getting there. Kathleen worked hard on herself in her later years to try and unify the necessary symbiosis of good and bad in her life, both being indispensable to the human condition. She trusted Blake as having the right maths. She once wrote down for me on the spot in my troubles, quote from Blake, "Learn, therefore, O sisters, to distinguish the eternal human that walks about among the stones of fire in bliss and woe, alternate, from those states or world in which the spirit travels. You can't have one without the other," and she anticipated in her own way, if it exists, what she called an equally troubled afterlife. If the individual survives death with some sort of parallel awareness, And I hope Kathleen encounters Blake, for she gave most of her life to him and the teachings he won in such a hard, lonely way as an assumed, unintelligible psychotic. I go back and sit down in Leicester Square. Where else do I go? I write a poem called Don't You Bother Me, about my own alienation in the crowd. A stringy guy who's lost half of his flesh comes up to me and says he's got everything I need. And I tell him I've got my own drug, poetry. Before he dematerializes, like he's walked off into a parallel reality. You meet them all there, like today's tomorrow. Most writers only encounter writing when they work. I meet strangers who often become friends. Orne shows up after 30 minutes, carrying a little plastic lunchbox, and having told her I'm vegan, she tells me she's made something especially for me. She shows me her damaged feet again, like she's been treading on plums. I've almost finished my poem, and she asks me what it's about, and I just say, me. There's a damp chill in the air, and I can see from build in the sky it's going to rain, and my jacket is too expensive to ruin. I need some strong tea as writing shreds my nerve terminals, and I ask her if she'd like to join me for tea and cake. What else do you do mid-afternoon when you've just finished writing a poem? And although she hardly knows me, she links her arm through mine and says, hurry, it's going to rain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy, for a talk which was poetic, dramatic, and controversial in a way that I think Kathleen would thoroughly have enjoyed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to finish by reading to you a poem which I think is very apposite, particularly to Greville, who is such a great admirer of Robert Graves. I can only describe Robert Graves as a magician. Kathleen, too, was a big admirer of his book, The White Goddess. So, as we're in the winter, I'm going to read you a poem which will tell you everything magical you can't comprehend but know. It's by Robert Graves, called To Juan at the Winter Solstice. There is one story, and one story only, that will prove worth your telling. Whether as learned bard or gifted child, to it all lines or lesser gods belong, that startle with their shining such common stories as they stray into. Is it of trees you tell, their months and virtue, of strange beasts that beset you, of birds that croak at you the triple will, or of the zodiac, and how slow it turns below the boreal crown, prison of all true kings that ever reigned? Water to water, arc again to arc, from woman back to woman, so each new victim treads unfalteringly the never-altered circuit of his fates, bringing 12 peers as witness both to his starry rise and starry fall. Or is it of the virgin's silver beauty, or fish below the thighs? She in her left hand holds a leafy quince, when with her right she crooks a finger, smiling. How may the king hold back? Royally then he barters life for love. Or at the undying snake from chaos hatched, whose coils contain the ocean, into whose chops with naked sword he springs, then in black water, tangled by the reeds, battles 3 days and nights to be spewed up beside her scalloped shore. Much snow is falling, falling. Winds roar hollowly. The owl hoots from the elder. Fear in your heart cries to the loving cup. Sorrow to sorrow as the sparks fly upwards. The log groans and confesses there is one story, and one story only. Dwell on her graciousness, dwell on her smiling. Do not forget what flowers the great boar trampled down in ivy time. Her brow was creamy as the crested wave, her sea-blue eyes were wild, but nothing promised that is not performed. That's Robert Graves to Juan at the winter solstice. So you can ask me, if Stephen thinks there's enough time, a few questions, if you want to, about Kathleen or me writing in Leicester Square, whatever you choose.
Was Helen Sutherland,
yes,
who looked after her children, was she the person who David Jones?
Yes, that's right. Same connection, yeah. That's right. Yeah. Kathleen loved David Jones very deeply. And used to tell me stories of visiting him and how he lived on grapefruit and whiskey and boiled eggs because he was highly agoraphobic, of course, and could hardly go out. Poets need those things, particularly the whiskey.
Did her son ever come round? I mean, did they resolve it in the end?
Oh, I don't think there was anything to resolve. Those things can't be resolved. They just go on. They die when you die.
You said towards the beginning there was very little materialism
yes.
in her.
Yes.
Some of the things you said towards the end conflicted with that a bit.
No, I was suggesting that poets like myself and her much prefer luxuries to necessities, and so whenever Kathleen had money, she bought luxuries and not necessities. She would very often give me money and say to me, go and buy a beautiful scarf, or go and buy a Roger Gallet soap. That's what poets live by and believe in. The rest is immaterial.
So that wasn't materialism.
It is materialism, but it's deserved materialism. Poets deserve continuous spoiling and luxuries. Of course they do.
No, it's an aesthetic experience.
Yes, of course it is.
I love flowers and a nice
Of course.
You know, we've forgotten these old pleasures. They're not that expensive.
Exactly.
And they make the day.
Whiskey?
Of course.
Your job. Only good stuff, though.
What work have you written about Kathleen, apart from that lecture?
It's not a lecture, it's a talk. I never give lectures, because I hate lectures. I don't think I've written about Kathleen, no. That's something I've always personalised within myself, because every molecule in me is filled with her gold, and she gave me so much that it sparkles every time I write a word. She had that particular ability for the French. She loved to give you this huge Blakean gold rush of energies. So I carry that all the time. I thank her every minute for what she gave me. Huge friendship, support, understanding of breakdowns, whatever. Kathleen would have been better than any psychiatrist or psychologist that could ever live, because she understood the whole archetypal connection and the human pain, of which she was full of herself, of course. So she understood pain deeply, and she was quite unshockable. You could tell her anything about anything, and she would incite it. Because being shocked isn't part of poetry. It's part of, I don't know, academe, but certainly not poetry.
Does anyone know what happened to the letters from Prince Charles?
I guess MI5, probably they went into dematerialization, Jerry, I guess. They were interesting letters. I mean, they weren't particularly original or anything of that nature. They were mainly letters complaining about the straitjacketing of his own emotional life, green interests. She always asked me to read them. She liked to share those with me, as she did most very confidential things.
No one had copies of them, right?
No. She used to sell, like me, everything she wrote to archives, and so she was planning those to go on. She received very beautiful letters, handwritten letters from the poet Robert Duncan, which were much more interesting. Robert Duncan's handwriting alone was something quite extraordinary. And she managed to get Robert Duncan to do some versions of the poet Rumi for Temenos. He asked for no money for doing it. He said, just send me an esoteric book that you might get from Watkins or something.
I want to ask you about, did you ever read Prince Charles's poetry or his attempts at it?
No, he never sent any poetry. Kathleen's job was to, because he was too busy, she used to mark up passages in books for him to read on air flights. So she'd mark up some Blake or Shelley or whatever it was to try and open him out a bit to a world in which he was partially interested or assumed he had to be a little bit interested in. So that's all she did. Yes, he never wrote any poetry. What he did write for Temenos was occasional ecological essays of a very boring nature, which she would have to heavily edit and partially rewrite. But that got money for the publication because then his secretary would pay for the printing of what was a beautiful magazine and very expensive to produce. So he was very helpful and indirectly in that respect. But mercifully he didn't try to write poetry.
Yes, I do.
Yes, sorry, we've got a question over here.
Yes.
It's not so much a question really, but just an observation. I liked very much your presentation of Kathleen as you knew her. I am myself the son of Michael Roberts and Janet Adams Smith, who of course were long-time friends of Kathleen's.
Yes.
My mother, who lived almost as long as Kathleen did,
Yes.
to the end regarded herself half teasingly as your boring old friend. They would see each other sometimes as much as once a week.
Mm-hmm.
If my mother was dropping in after going to the Scots Church, St. Columba's, in Pond Street, and then going on to Bolton Square.
Right.
And I'd just like to say that while I think that everything you said about Kathleen is, I recognise
Good.
that she had perhaps a little more room, at least at certain times of day, certain seasons of the year,
Yes.
for boring old friends.
Yes,
or even people of her generation whom, in a way, she discarded or put at a distance. After all, William Empson,
Yes.
Humphrey Jennings.
Yes.
And I think he recognised it. Empson, of course, was himself a true poet.
Yes, absolutely.
Had been. Humphrey Jennings also clearly had the poetic fire.
Yes.
And she was very good in making time for the Jennings family after Humphrey was killed in 1950, I think it was.
Yes, which would have been an element of her compassion, of course.
That's right. And she did a very good Boxing Day party with children.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd just like to...
Thank you for telling me those things. That
I'd
was...
just like to say that she was, in fact, perfectly believable to a child, at least.
Yes.
A teenager. As a mother.
Yes.
This is not a role that she particularly enjoyed, perhaps.
Yes.
But she, nonetheless, had what I think we can call maternal instincts.
Yes. Yes.
Pompous.
Absolutely.
So that was really all I wanted to say about
Well,
it.
thank you very much.
And of trimming.
Yes.
Or,
It adds a very useful aspect. Definitely. Thank you very much for that insight, which was before I knew Kathleen.
Yes.
So thank you very much for giving me some past in that very personal way. Thank you so much.
I have a small anecdote.
Yes.
I was doing a book of an anthology, and I wanted to include one of her poems.
Yes.
And she was very generous. And everyone else who I included in the anthology asked for money. So I said, how much are you going to charge? And she said nothing.
Yes.
She said, because I want my poetry to be widely read.
That's right.
So,
that's a very nice experience, typical of her and her incredible generosity on very little money. She was enormously generous. And she would give you, if you looked at anything or admired anything, she would give it to you straight away on the spot. So it was wise not to admire too much on visiting her, because she would give you any books that you looked at and liked, and all sorts of things. She was quite extraordinary. Yes?
Sorry, I might have dropped off a bit, so I'm a bit tired.
Yeah.
Did you tell us how she approached the prince? Did you tell us that? Or if you didn't, what came into her mind that she would contact him to support?
Well, you know, she very much lived in the hope that when she formed Temenos, where we are here now as the Temenos Academy talk, that she would have an actual building in which students could come and study more esoteric sciences, more imaginative things than they can at normal, boring universities. So very much her aim was to try and secure the patronage of Charles or somebody like him to give her a building. And she was very disappointed when a building that Charles owned near Regent's Park wasn't allocated to her, but he actually sold it on. So she felt very let down on that thing. He also used to send her the same brooch every birthday, exactly the same one which came from Gerard's, year after year after year. She used to say to me, "I've got the same brooch again."
Why did she contact him then? I mean,
because he contacted her. She took over from somebody called Lawrence van der Post, who was Charles's spiritual advisor. When Lawrence van der Post died, Charles asked Kathleen if he would become her sort of literary spiritual guru. She was unpaid for it, but given organic vegetables and invited up to Highgrove in all of that. But she just tried to point him in directions that would, give him a bit more insight into a world that he was probably denied by his position, into reading things that could kind of blow his mind, but probably didn't, but in some aspect got to him. Can't imagine Charles having his mind blown, but here we are.
Yes, we have a question.
Yes?
So, hi, I read Blake, big lover of Blake also. And,
Yes, that's great.
He always struck me as someone who sort of danced in that world of, I suppose we could call it a mental illness, but it danced in the world of not quite here in this world but not. And do you suppose it was her love of Blake that almost made her a sympathetic ear to someone like David Gascoyne, who also suffered from mental illness, and saw almost a kinship in the two of them?
Yes, very much. And I think, poetry is inseparable from mental illness and breakdown. It's part of a journey. And almost all poets have breakdowns on that journey, like Robert Graves has put into metaphor in that poem I read you. It is a journey. And of course, yes, David Gascoyne, who I knew very well and was exceedingly beautiful as a young person, almost like a god fallen out of the sky. He was so beautiful. David had schizophrenic breakdowns, voices, and was totally marvellous. I did a lot of performances with David. I used to go to Liberty's and buy him beautiful silk ties, because David loved ties and always dressed in pinstripe suits and beautiful ties and shirts. Kathleen had looked after David in a certain period of time, because David had no money, no job, never could have ever held a job. And so he periodically stayed with her in periods of bad breakdown and lack of money. David was patronised by Peter Watson, also a friend of Kathleen's, who was a very rich gay millionaire who put up money for people like David when he needed it. But David wore velvet suits and had no money. What I say, poets need luxuries, not necessities.
I feel like we wear our breakdowns as well as our luxuries as a badge.
Of course. And Blake clearly had undergone breakdown, but of course it wasn't probably diagnosable then, so it was put into the extraordinary visionary content of his work, of course, rather than what some diagnostic psychiatrists would call psychosis. It was simply unleashed as a storm of energy.
I just wondered if Kathleen had ever come into contact with a transgender person in her lifetime, or because that's more of a modern phenomenon, but it's sort of touched on what you were saying towards the beginning of the
Well,
book, but then brought it in
I think Kathleen,
personality.
I think Kathleen, would have been sympathetic to almost all states. But, the androgynous state she looked for wasn't so much transgender as kind of, the embodiment of masculine and feminine in one body, unaltered surgically or anything of that nature. She saw that as the real archetype, the sort of Socratic archetype, whereby the male femininity is stronger than the female masculinity, which was very much her argument as to why, in her mind, I'm not saying in my mind at all, but in her mind she saw men as more creatively productive for that reason. Now there's a huge counter-argument against that, and I was once at a talk she gave when a lot of women walked out precisely because of those views, but she remained undeterred about that. She saw the male androgyne, the feminized male, as the carrier of a particular psychological journey that she herself was on and admired. But yes, she would have taken transgender into enormous sympathy, of course. She would have related it back to a particular archetype with the Byzantine or the Roman emperors who treasured eunuchs, etc., etc. She would have seen its whole historic context. Yeah, definitely. Any last question?
So,
thank you so much.
Once more to thank Jeremy.
And for me to thank Gravel, and for me to thank
remarkable
Stephen
talk.
Overy for inviting me, and I hope to come back next year, as I do once a year.
Delighted to have you.
And perhaps resume
As
David
always.
Bowie, which I did last year for the Temenos
Why
Academy.
not?
The Great Starman, Part 2.
Thank you. Welcome to Temenos Academy, currently perching in its bird-like fashion at the Royal Asiatic Society, as it perches from time to time at many other places, but tonight here we are. This is the time of year when we always look forward with great anticipation to welcoming Jeremy Reed, one of the few living poets whom I always urge not only readers to read, but also those who aspire to be poets. Jeremy's skill with words and his imagination have awed and inspired me for more years than I can now remember, and I'm grateful for that. This evening is one of those occasions when we're particularly privileged because it's one of those occasional lectures in which Jeremy is going to reflect on a fellow poet whom he knew well. In the past, some of us have heard his recollections of Kathleen Raine, founder of Temenos. Tonight, Jeremy is going to speak on David Gascoyne, and I'm very excited by this, to hear one poet's view of another to whom he owed much, and also, I'm sure, to whom he gave much. David Gascoyne is a remarkable, fascinating figure, very important in poetry in the earlier 20th century, had a wonderful late flowering, and also the author of most remarkable journals. We have important books by both David Gascoyne and Jeremy Reed on sale there, some of them very rare, so I do encourage you to have a browse afterwards. And by a wonderful appropriate coincidence, it is the anniversary of William Blake's birthday today, so I believe at the end of the lecture we're going to have one or two Blake songs performed for us, so a bonus. Jeremy is going to speak tonight on David Gascoyne's journey through Magnus. So, thank you, Jeremy.
So before I start, I'd like to dedicate this talk to someone very special who is in the audience tonight, Stephen Stuart Smith of Ennisarmon Press, who's David Gascoyne's publisher for the last 2 decades of his life, inheriting from his predecessor Alan Clodd a conviction to rehabilitate David's neglected reputation and largely forgotten books and facilitate his legacy for the future. To Stephen, we owe an immense debt of gratitude, and to Alan before him. I want to preface this talk with a quote from Baudelaire. Usefulness to the community has always seemed to me a most hideous thing in a man. I'm writing this with my feet on the dead, in the cafe and the crypt at St. Martin's in the Fields, a subterranean sepulchral restaurant fitted into the limbic system of London's back brain, northeast corner of Trafalgar Square. You go under, into a commercialised time capsule of 18th century brick vaults, and me, I've got the molecular weight of David Gascoyne in my semantic memory networks, my visual recognition of who he was rather than who he is. If death is the one state we can't both experience and describe, then that closure, rather like the tube gates, permits only imagination access to re-visualize the dead person as we knew them alive. It's a very different process to a health check app in which a digital twin pops up on screen as a transparent human figure with colour-coded organs. We can't get a window on the dead because of a space-time differential in which physical and psychic don't find an interactive bandwidth. Flashback. My favourite photo of David Gascoyne appears on the jacket of his collected verse translations, 1970, an uncredited black and white grainy shot of him in the early 40s when he was 30s, sitting eyes closed, tweed jacket, tasselled scarf, both probably bought for him by Peter Watson's patronage, right hand in his pocket, left resting on a pile of notebooks. He looks to be in the sort of autonomous trance that processes inspiration through neurotransmitters that shuttle complex sensory associations into a designed poetry. His gel black hair is parted on the right and the photo romantically posed. David was living then at Nassington Road, Hampstead, supported by Biddy Crozier, not far from where I live. And in my visits to her in the 90s, she would tell me much about David's delusional, schizophrenic position at the time that involved disrupted voices like noisy radio in his head that prevented any sustained focus on his work. According to Biddy, David would lie in bed all morning listening to Alban Berg's music, take speed, eat little, phone Peter Watson when he needed money, and go out after dark on what were psychogeographic itineraries across the nocturnal city that took in the river's propulsive obsidian churn, gay bars that were largely private members only, like the Red Room on Panton Street, and return at 3 a.m. Biddy told me on a number of occasions David was brought back by police, having been found partially aphasic and delusional on Hampstead Heath. It was Kathleen Raine who at the time strongly resisted David's going into therapy, fearing analysis would deconstruct the psychic architecture of his creative facility, arguing rightly that the archetypal basis of myth shouldn't be pathologized, as it's the avatar resource that associatively messages poets. And here I draw a distinction between poets whose lives are committed to a precipitous inner journey and those mainstream realists who sit on the surface like cappuccino froth, sardonically describing what we already know as secondary reportage. In other words, the whole desensitized, visionless Larkin alumni who report normal instead of altered, fake instead of plundered. I'd often meet Biddy on the junction of our two hills, a parrot-coloured slick of slippery autumnal leaves underfoot, and share her mental archive of David memories. Flashback. Slowly chipping off immersion in black cryonic depression, and after emerging from a creative inertia that had lasted 3 decades, and scarred by all the neural debris of ECT and toxic drug koshes, a dandified, disorientated David stepped into my life at the Essex University Poetry Festival when I was a student there, having both been billed to perform together with Ian Sinclair. Ian and I were both synchronistically reading unrelated poems about the Rolling Stones, and David came up to me afterwards, quietly enthused about our taking the bad boys of rock for subject matter. He told me of his disinterest in most British poetry, and that as a restart he was translating Breton Support's The Magnetic Fields, a seminal surrealist text, to try and sugar away to reactivate his creative juices. He reminded me of Breton's dictum for poetry, dreaming with your eyes open, an autonomy I've practiced all of my life. I knew already the red, flowering, hallucinated glow to David's poems of urban apocalypse, so to the pervasive ontological isolation of the poet as alienated journeyer through social realities from which he was excluded in his radically different pathways towards, in David's case, the anticipated alchemical vision of the midnight sun and expectation he derived from reading Jacob Boehme. In the heavily annotated personal copy of Boehme's epistles that David gave me, and which remains in my library, he penciled significant attachment to the passage, quote, "There is a wonderful time coming, but because it begins in the night, there are many that shall not see it by reason of their sleep and great drunkenness, yet the sun will rise and shine to the children at midnight." End of quote. In a talk given to the Oxford Union in December 1936 when he was 20, Gascoyne future-proofed his conviction that the radical and revolutionary potentialities for poetry lay in the poet's ability to draw on his own psychotic possibilities without relinquishing his sanity. He documents his personal criteria for this call as, quote, "life newly rediscovered, life perpetually rediscovered, recreated anew. That is the very essence of poetry as I conceive it." End of quote. This demand to morphologically remake perception and to have it glow with the same intensity induced by psychedelics, David's advocacy here is surrealism, is to me the only purpose in writing poetry. Writing is otherwise a semantic indication. It simply describes and reloops what we already know, like a creased fade in overlived-in jeans. That's what you get from most poetry that lacks the sort of motivational drive of exaggerated dopamine activity in the brain. Neuronal speed is what I look for in poetry, and for much of the first half of his life, David was fired up by the self-confessed abuse of amphetamines, introduced in the 1930s by the pharmaceutical companies Smith, Kline and French as benzodrine inhalers, inducing hyperactivity in users, increased vigilance, elevated mood, and in habituators like David, episodic speed psychosis. Speed, like junk, lays down refractory narcotic memories by reigniting processes involved in the normal ontogeny of reward circuits. Something of Gascoyne's hallucinated inner valency to smash the frontiers of accepted reality, to discover a possible alternative, is evident in the poem Inferno. From poems 1937 to 42 as arguably the synthesis of his metaphysical and autonomic urgency to discover altered state realities. Quote from Gascoyne. For all that I can claim is impotent sky, solid brick of buildings, mass of flesh, against the splintering of that screen which shields man's puny consciousness from hell. Over the edge of a thin inch fraction lie in wait for him bottomless depths of roaring emptiness. David's ontological insecurity, a homosexuality that was criminalized at the time, a financial lesion augmented by his resolution to do nothing but right, together with the schizoid organization of his mind, developed in childhood, placed him on the front line of human vulnerability. Of all sectors of society, poets are the least helped by capitalist ideologies, who marginalise the activity as contributing little or nothing to a nation's economies. You can sell art on the money markets as an investment hike, but there's no monetary value in poetry. In The Sun at Midnight, 1970, a discursive book of aphorisms written partly in Amsterdam and partly at Horton Mental Hospital in the late 60s. When Gascoyne was burnt out as a poet, he notes of his addiction to amphetamine compounds bought at the time over the counter or prescribed. Quote, I was for a short period under the unwise control of a refugee doctor I will refer to as KTB, but dangerously exceeded his prescribed doses, and under the influence of the drug once found myself on Christmas Eve at the gates of Buckingham Palace, believing I had a great spiritual message to deliver. By KTB, David is of course referring to the radically innovative psychiatrist Dr. Carl Theodor Bluth, inexorably associated with the novelist Anneke Van, for whom he privately prescribed heroin for the last 30 years of her life. Bluth, who preceded R.D. Laing as a radical anti-psychiatrist, encouraged art, psychotherapy and creativity as a psychodynamic resource, and according to David, would on occasions inject him with a cocktail of amphetamines, bull's blood and B vitamins. Usually without any permanent home of his own, Gascoyne was a transitioning itinerant between London and Paris. His heroic commitment to his art never subordinated to secondary employment. David certainly fell for Denham Foots, who at the age of 19 became Peter Watson's acquired boyfriend, the Florida-based and most desired male prostitute of his generation, who succeeded in gaining admittance to the Hitler Youth and who capriciously sold himself on to the highest bidder. In the late 30s, David spent time with Denham at Peter Watson's luxurious apartment at 44 Rue du Bac, taking advantage of the opulent interior and noting in his diary, everything here is crazy. The big central salon has the air of a stage set. The most extraordinary collection of people wander in and out all day long. Dubious friends of Denham's, English queer or sub-society friends of the Connollys, the actor Jean Marais, Jean Cocteau, and odd, unidentifiable individuals with beards and hats, carrying ladders or portfolios or pieces of furniture about. End of quote. In fact, Gascoyne had gone on a motoring tour to Megève in the French Alps with Denham and the American artist Edward Melcarth, optimally financed, of course, by Peter Watson's generously disinhibited patronage. But although the questionable timeline navigated here, history is a deregulated endoscopy of coalescing irregularities. It seemed to be in the window in which Gascoyne, by his mid-20s, had exhausted his creative potentialities that were never again to find any sustained or focused motory rehabilitation. The crypt cafes, penumbral like a photo taken backwards, and definitely spooky. I get eyeballed by someone evidently on spice, the cheap synthetic cannabis sold to the homeless, and which turns your brain inside out. His paranoia's switched on like neon, and I wonder in what hallucinated way he's seeing me through activated areas of the brain's fusiform gyrus, known to contain specialized cells active when we look at real faces. If our reality is arguably a controlled hallucination in which the brain fills in the missing pieces to keep the world around us in line with expectations, then he's lost it. I clearly represent menace or threat to the disarranged composite he's seeing with red, misfocused eyes before shambling confused to another part of the crypt where he's spoken to by security. Who am I to him that I'm not aware of in myself, and which perception is the right reality? It's the pervasive aura of hallucination that so colours Gascoyne's early poetry and differentiates it from contemporaries who never tried his precipitous edge. Gascoyne was always waiting for a chiliastic happening, an event in which tourists from the future would invade the present to desystemize social mundanity. In his poem, And the Seventh Dream is the Dream of Isis, he endorses a kinetic amoral reality in which order is upended. Quote, teach children to sin at the age of 5, to cut out the eyes of their sisters with nail scissors, to run into the streets and offer themselves to unfrocked priests, teach insects to invade the deathbeds of rich spinsters and to engrave the foreheads of their frontmen with purple signs. For the year is open, the year is complete, the year is full of unforeseen happenings, and the time of earthquakes is at hand. Unquote. The year, or rather the appointed end time of material oligarchies, is nearly always Gascoyne's declared aim in his transcendent, visionary poems written in his 20s, with emergent war and finally the dystopian apocalypse of WW2 igniting in his brain cells. In Paris in 1938, David started a homosexual relationship with Brett von Mullen, a young Danish guy later murdered in Denmark under Nazi occupation. David told me that Bent was the person he'd most loved in his life, and his death a personally inconsolable lesion in his youthful emotions. Poor, living in cheap Paris hotels or with friends, and constantly paralysed by self-doubt and depressive disorder, Gascoyne, to make up for lack of creative impetus, began to keep a journal published in 1978 as Journal 1937-39, in which he makes the admission of his radical alienation as a poet from his British contemporaries like Auden, Spender and MacNeice, the opportune careerists of their time. David writes, poetry is not verse, it is not rhetoric, it is not an epigrammatic way of saying something that can be stated in prose, nor is it argument or reportage. In England, the whole question needs to be cleared up and restated. What I call poetry is not understood in England, nor me. But I believe it to be something of far greater value than what is at present understood there. I belong to Europe before I belong to England. The values I believe in are European values and not English ones. End of quote. And I think this is a constant for poets pitching outside of the backward fit of a British mainstream poetry with its paralysing restrictions of subject matter, as though its central nervous system was injected with elephant tranquilizer in 1920 and it's never worn off. If Ted Hughes' exception tore the nation's roots out of its matrix with the primal shamanic fury of his poetic attack, his genius advanced only the method and not the subject. Do we argue with Gascoyne's case that reinvented poetry is a controlled form of psychosis rerouted into a countably relatable experience. David told me how, as a schoolboy, he left school one afternoon, went out and completely forgot his name, who he was, lost all spatialization of relatable geography, and a catatonic immersion in white memory loss. It was his earliest memory of his mind navigating an unpredictable flight path without software tracking. Flashback. Right from my teens, my creative guides have been the endless psychiatrists, anti-psychiatrists, archetypal psychotherapists, etc., who better understand the distressed phenomena of the poet's mind than any literary applications designed to normalize poetry like the autopsy rooms of creative workshops. Normal people don't need to write poetry, and that's why it's so depressing when they do, applying rationale to rational like a generic antipsychotic to excitatory, hallucinated imagery. David and I would talk of this often, the intolerable boredom generated by careerists. When Andrew Motion was appointed Poet Laureate, David wrote to me, "the right sanitized civil servant for the job." R.D. Laing, arguably the greatest psychiatrist of the second half of the 20th century, a controversial antagonist to most doctrinal therapeutic modules, saw in many instances madness as a retreat from organized reality, and schizophrenia in particular with its irrational dissociative language, not so much a pathology as a rejection of normal discourse with its contingent social interactions. Part of Gascoyne's paranoid splitting, certainly from Lang's existential viewpoint, can be seen as a refutal of material ideologies to which, like all totally committed poets, he refused to subscribe. In fact, Lang reverses types, qualifying mad as normal and normal mad. He writes of the socially acceptable, work-programmed individual, totally desubjectivized from inner experience as, quote, "the condition of alienation, of being asleep, of being unconscious, of being out of one's mind, is the condition of normal man. Society highly values its normal man. It educates children to lose themselves and to become absurd, and thus to be normal. Normal men have killed perhaps 100 million of their fellow normal men in the past 50 years. And that, of course, is why normal poetry so lacks the active ingredients and manic excitement of its visionary counterparts. It simply presents rather than remakes its subject. Gascoyne's dissociative phenomena, involving increased levels of generalized anxiety, low self-esteem, depression, loss of self-confidence and negative capability, resulted not only in hospitalization but in creative inertia that at times lasted for decades. He tells us, quote, "From the mid-1950s till the late 1960s, I became increasingly incapable of producing a single satisfactory line of poetry. Even postcards to my family required considerable effort, let alone letters even to close friends. During these years, I was still suffering from the after-effects on the central nervous system of prolonged dependence on amphetamines and continuing to use a mild compound known as Maxiton, still freely available in French pharmacies. But even more than this, I was suffering from guilt at not having written enough to justify thinking of myself to be specially gifted, and from a badly damaged self-esteem." End of quote. But the falling off had started much earlier in the 1940s, Gascoyne's intense youthful creativity imploding into the idea of writing rather than the act itself. His lists of projects to be undertaken, books written, became a substitute for the work itself, suggesting his youthful genius, defection from surrealism, but not from French poetry, and his over-analytic dissection of his motives for writing, both philosophically and existentially, had frozen him into metaphysics rather than creative autonomy. For much of the late 1930s, he saw Dr. Blanche Revachon, wife of the poet Pierre-Jean Jouve, as psychoanalyst in Paris, and principally a Freudian employing a preconceived theory with a classifiable diagnostic as essentially from dream interpretation. And as a reaction against the politicized slickness of the Auden generation, who he so intensely disliked, Gascoyne's poetry remains refreshingly depoliticized, despite his brief affiliation to communism under Brettel's spearheading war cry, poetry in the service of the revolution. Rather, Gascoyne's pathways went inner into the unification of psychic and physical realities, the symbiotic relationship of the two being the basis of a poetry that reinvents rather than copies. In 1938, Gascoyne conceived of a long narrative poem begun in his family home at Teddington, set in, quote, an imaginary European country on the brink of a fascist coup and the installation of a reign of terror and tyranny. The hero was to be a left-wing social scientist with the impossibly romantic name of Flambeau, end of quote. Like most of David's projects, the plan was quickly aborted, with a few pages of the abandoned narrative published as The Conspirators. Lacking vitamins, the attempt fell flat due to the poet out-arguing potentialities through philosophic rather than imaginative fieldwork in his case. Flashback. In 1938, Gascoyne published Hölderlin's Madness. Note the identity of poetry with madness. A book of free adaptations in which Gascoyne reworked Hölderlin's lyrical fragments, largely from the French translation of Pierre-Jean Jouve's poem de la Folie de Hölderlin, into his own feel for the originals. These romantic visionary fragments, Hölderlin was sectioned in 1806 at an asylum in Tübingen, where he was straitjacketed due to violent hallucinations and capable only of writing fragments, were at the time the perfect correlate to David's own encounters with audio-visual disturbance. Hölderlin's own response to madness was to write calm without self-analysis of altered states, and partially recovered, he was sent to live with a guardian, a carpenter called Zimmer, occupying a little room that looked out on the river Neckar and a skyline of blue skyscrapered Alps. Hölderlin's only company was his madness, or rather those realities that appear to have no apparent external or objective presence but exist in the imaginal interzone of poetry. Gascoyne succeeds in squeezing the romantic juice from Hölderlin's perpetual immersion in autumn. Here's his version of The Half of Life. Adorned with yellow pears and with wild roses filled, the earth hangs in the lake, and wondrous love-intoxicated swans in peaceful waters dip their heads. My woe when winter comes, where shall I find the rose? Where shall I find the sunshine and the shadows of the earth? The cold, unspeaking walls rise up, the flags flap in the wind. One can read the line, the cold, unspeaking walls rise up, as predictive of Gascoyne's own incarceration in mental institutions at a time when weaponized ECD and blunt antidepressants were used on him. In his introduction to Hölderlin's Madness, Gascoyne liberated his undeviated conviction that the poet who wishes to crash the frontiers of objective reality will encounter madness in the process, like crossing the thin divisive between blue atmosphere and black space. Drawing on intuitive youthful experience, he writes, quote, "Yet it must be remarked immediately that in order to catch even so much a glimpse of paradise, the poet has to pay a terrible price, for his undertaking is an attempt to transgress the laws of man's universe. The gates of paradise are barred against us by the angel with the flaming sword, and the poet seer, in attempting to escape that terrible interdiction, is guilty of a Promethean crime. Rambo more than Holderlin was aware of this. La poète est vraiment voleur de feu, as he wrote in his famous letter. If he had not become silent and renounced his work, he too would undoubtedly have gone mad. Je ne pouvais pas continuer, he said later, et puis c'était mal. This courageous command or total willingness to abdicate safety zones associated with collectivized social convention was the issue of a young man of 22, already abjured to journeying through hallucinated realities to discover that poetry was always ahead of him, like one Boeing lives in the kerosene plume of another. Tired? No. Poetry should be, as David declares, a crime, a breakage or shattering, in which effect precedes cause, and the outrage should be entailed in the act. I write a lot about the collusive types, mostly aberrant, that I meet in my daily London life, and use them as material without any permission. On a psychic level, poetry is a criminal activity. It transgresses interpersonal relations and steals what it wants. What Gascoyne in effect gives us is Holderlin on speed, amphetamine-based versions of fragments in which he recognises himself in the originals but with the additive of benzodrine sulfate. Rather like my poems, you get metabolized Valium. At the time of working on his Holderlin adaptations, Gascoyne's journal entries indicate his own awareness of edge-walking madness. Quote, I begin to wonder with a half-fascinated, vague anxiety whether it is possible that a schizophrenic split is going gradually to carry me further and further away from the outer world, whether being able to write as I want to entails a further outlook of ever-increasing inner ups and downs, feuds, swinging from extreme to extreme, and an intensity of solitude, a immuring one beyond all human contact, painful lucidity. End of quote. Before I continue with this talk, and as Gascoyne promoted youth, I'm going to ask Miss Audrey Sartz to read a translation from Benjamin Perret as one of David's poems translated at the time, and then I will continue. Audrey's poetry has invigorated me in an extraordinary way. So she's going to read you one of David's translations of Benjamin Perret.
And here is the photograph Jeremy mentioned earlier. Here.
Of David in the 1930s, looking totally beautiful.
So this is called The Staircase with 100 Steps. The Blue Eagle and the Demon of the Steps in the Last Cab in Berlin. Legitimate defense of lost souls. The Red Mill at the Beggar's School awaits the poor student with the housemaid. No huntsman how to hunt on payday. No huntsman how to hunt, as Papa speculates with the smile. By the dagger, the dagger, the dagger. The tiger of the seas dreams of happiness, avenged. The Vestal Virgin of the Ganges cries out, vanity! When the flesh succumbs, stop, look, and listen. The famous turkey spends a day of pleasure turning round in an enchanted circle with the pluck of a lion. Monsieur the Major, my Paris, my uncle from America, my heart and my legs, slaves of beauty, admire the conquest of Nora, while someone asks for a typewriter, for the black pirate. It is not possible that a woman dressed as the Merry Widow could become the wind's prey, because the millionairess Madame Saint-Jean leads a wild existence in another's skin. Her son was right. Patrol leader 129, who wears an Italian straw hat and is the ace of jockeys, is abandoning a little adventurous for a woman. It is the April moon which chases the buffalo to Notre Dame of Paris. Oh, what a bore the indomitable man with clear eyes wishes to judge him by the law of the desert. But the lovers with children's souls have gone away. Ah, what a lovely voyage. Merci beaucoup.
Shall we thank Audrey enormously for entering so deeply into David, transparently aware of his alienation, deeply internalized by the analysis he was undergoing, sometimes on a daily basis and often shredded by financial anxiety. Like many schizophrenics, David felt himself to be made of glass. That is, his private ideation could be seen not only by himself but others. Exceptionally good-looking, tall with a fractional stoop to correct it, liquid turquoise eyes, a quiet, tentatively hesitant voice. David occupied a central vision, one in which, rather like an artichoke, the leaves are slowly peeled to reveal a new day or an altered state awareness, rather like psychoactives in which imagination may be seen to be objective reality. Apart from carefully selected clothes for the look, I would sometimes buy David silk neckties from Liberty to add to his collection. He cared nothing for material possessions, other than a small collection of books dear to him, and in the last 40 years of his life, he lived in a small house he inherited from his parents on the Isle of Wight, largely confined like Holderlin to his small bedroom, and welcoming the curious who made the journey to visit him, largely to hear his memories of the original surreal parties spearheaded by Andre Brett's autocratic manifesto, to more convention from the map, to move convention from the map. Flashback. After a suicide attempt in my late teens, when I was discovered overdosed on a rainy beach, with the green incoming tide almost within reach of me, my accidental rescuer, Michael Armstrong, became a sort of appointed guardian to me. By some sort of felicitous synchronicity, he not only loved poetry, but collected rare first edition books, often from small presses. Not only did Michael give me the use of his extensive library that filled a floor at Haut-du-Mont, his mother's imposing country house, but as a huge admirer of David Gascoyne, gifted me with both David's collected poems and what Audrey has just read from, his collected verse translations, feeling I would find a corresponding inner reality in the two books. This was my introduction to a poet who Michael told me was incarcerated at the time and burnt out, and so I constructed my own Gascoyne mythology from the hallucinated intensity of his poetry, with him appearing as solitary journeyer through post-apocalyptic landscapes that glowered with red, smouldering skylines. That Gascoyne was too ill to assemble either book as the synthesis of an abandoned career was only made known to me much later, both volumes having been edited essentially by Robin Skelton, anxious a decade after Gascoyne had stopped publishing to preserve his work and bring it to the attention of a new, forward-looking generation to whom speed and acid were ubiquitous vitamins. David has often been credited with writing the first beat poem, A Vagrant, as a work that anticipated the outlaw precincts of writers like Burroughs, Kerouac and Ginsberg, of whom he was unaware at the time, as an emergent virus in literature with their total disregard for normalcy and the collusive restraints of heteronormative society. As a literal vagrant who most favoured Paris as his capital in which to live, David was intimately acquainted with the underbelly of urban life, the degradation of homelessness and poverty amongst the indifference of everyone but friends. The poem's ending acutely isolates not just Gascoyne's but the committed poet's stripped down vulnerability as skimmed alive processor of collective experience in which dirty is filtered into a species of imaginatively designed hope. I quote from the end of the poem. I stand still in my quasi-dereliction, or stray slowly along the quays towards the ends of afternoon that lead to evenings empty of engagements, or at night, lying resigned in cosy corner, listen long to sounds of the surrounding city, desultorily seeking in loud distraction some relief from what its nerves are gnawed by. I mean knowledge of its lack of raison d'etre, the city's lack of mine, are much the same. What? Oh, what can a vagrant hope to find to take the place of what was once our expectation of the human city, which each man might morning and evening every day lead his own life and man's, end of quote. That was David's hope, the ideal city in which humans would individuate to optimize genetic potentialities rather than be forcibly rearranged into systemic programs slaved out to corporate-dominated economies. Nobody put it better than Lang, quote, the texture of the fabric of these specially shared hallucinations is what we call reality, and our collusive madness is what we call sanity. Remember that, our collusive madness is what we call sanity. If poetry is really your vocation, then total individuation is your call, entertaining an uncompromised resistance to being subverted by education into the belief that such an incentive should be marginalized as secondary. My mother told me, quote, never do anything but write because it's you, and I haven't. You don't ask a financier to sideline his profession, so why a poet? Do bankers work at Starbucks during the day and do banking at night? If you have the conviction, you find the pathway. Patrons helped me because my pursuit was so unavariciously different. It wasn't luck. Like attracts like in its defiance of heteronormative demographic. How can you have a family to be a poet? Your singularity is dispersed into other alien lives. The only way you conceive a poet is IVF with an extraterrestrial. Flashback. In the late 70s, Gascoyne's invasive schizophrenia radio burnt out. All the obscene, contradictory audio in his head stopped, so he told me, to the point of missing it or being on constant red alert for its return. Dosed up on benzodiazepines, he couldn't relocate poetry, but throughout the next decades he retrieved his past by writing excerpted prose celebrating surrealism, obituarizing contemporaries, but failing after various startups to write the memoir expected of him, the story of his life that he refused as unsustainable. Rarely capable of completion, Gascoyne's novel Opening Day 1933 is disarmingly brilliant A Short Survey of Surrealism 1935, and the novella April 1937 were all written by the precocious age of 20 and denied successors to their build. In an unpublished journal entry written at the time, he acknowledged his inability to work other than inspired surges. Quote, "I only write in bursts. There are long intervals during which I can read and think, and to a certain extent prepare for future work. But when, as regards actual writing, I am overcome with lassitude and inertia, I make plans for working a little every day, but I'm unable to follow them out. I feel that if I was able to make full use of my faculties, that is to work all the time, and to the best of my ability, my output will be at least 10 times greater than at present, and 5 times better." The feeling of negative capability was to remain with David throughout his life. He developed list mania for projects that were never executed. During the times I stayed with him in the Isle of Wight, his entire evenings were spent compulsively watching indiscriminate television, presumably as distracted brain fades. What writing he did, principally letters and prose, was done in his bedroom, from which he'd emerged like a time traveller into the more mundane realities of downstairs. It wasn't that he ran time backwards, it was more that he was really only interested in exceptional moments that turn gold in the happening. Like me, he was always searching for a correlative poetry he couldn't find, and in my case, I write it to compensate for a lack of its existence otherwise. In his novella April, David writes of the transformative moment as, quote, "The exceptional moment comes at times, and one has a sudden intimation of the clear, violent speech or action which will sum up all one feels. And yet, some stronger hand holds one in its petrifying grip. The everyday world drives one back to its own dead life. We could call them pixels with a heartbeat, bioluminescent molecules, evanescent time slips, counterintuitive glows, neuronal mergers, or simply standing in a doorway watching rain, or those trillions of hexagonal liquid diamonds that evaluate a shower. David's big window was always open on the new day in which apocalypse would redden with the midnight sun and end, as he saw it, to the computational debris of materialism, the algorithmic analysis of almost everything we do, and the determinants of our identity. Poetry is the product of an interior process of disturbance, not pathological, but neurally coordinated to remake sensory experience. If our reality is merely a controlled hallucination, in which the brain fits in the missing pieces to keep the world around us in line with expectation, then poetry disarranges that module. It revises the bits into another perceptual pattern. You can't learn this. You have it or you don't. For me, the greatest tragedy of David's life was the fact that during the vitaminized, drug-hallucinated decades of the 60s and 70s, a time when his state-altered poetry would have found its most sympathetic response, he was institutionalized, inactive, his reputation forgotten, and his awareness of the social revolution he'd anticipated blunted. When Alan Clodd, who published The Sun at Midnight, visited David at Horton Mental Hospital, he found David eating the scraps of paper on which he was attempting to write fragments of aphoristic prose. David was later to write his own account of intense psychotic breakdown, this time after succeeding in breaking into Buckingham Palace as an emissary of apocalypse in Self-Discharged, in itself one of the most lucidly self-recalled expositions of madness ever written. On one occasion when I visited David with my close friend John Balance of Coyle, John told David that the reason the 4 horsemen of apocalypse still hadn't arrived was because their riders had slaughtered the horses and eaten them, a concept David agreed would be a subject matter of a poem or in Coyle's case, a song. I'm, of course, arguing for a poetry that risks madness by controlling its collapse, and the art of that is learning some degree of dissociation as an inner discipline so that objective reality isn't totally exportant. For a number of years, I received the psychotherapeutic support of R.D. Laing's colleague in anti-psychiatry, Joseph Burke, and Joe helped me to establish boundaries with invasively distorted phenomena so that my frontline position could be marginally altered. I owe much of my continuity to Joe's fearless co-journeying of shredded internalized states managed under no labelling but inner turbulence at his room at Shepherd's Hill, Highgate. Like David, never having lived in systems, I'm intolerant of those who endorse systems through their poetry, as though banal is confirmation you're one of us. The starting point for all good writing should be a manipulative abnormality. If you ain't going to shock the reader out of fixed objectivity, what's the point in the poem? In Blind Man's Buff, fragments from an unpublished notebook, Gascoyne writes, "In the beginning was chaos. The mistake is to imagine that there has ever been an end to the beginning. The blind, the frightened, believe in order. Lived to the essential confusion, frightened of the gulf beneath their feet. They seek to escape from the first, the inescapable condition of man. Emerging from the cafe in the crypt is like returning from a brief interlude in the underworld, into the smack of collisional footfall, the harassment of stop-and-start traffic, and the pounding bass notes of saturated white noise. I'm intersecting with routes David would have taken in his quizzical, distressed London days, searching for the insoluble answers to life that poems can't solve, only question in a bitty sort of way. David's inherently philosophic mind often couldn't separate phenomenology from poetry in their entanglement. He bought books 5 minutes up the road from where I'm standing at Watkins in Cecil Court. Totally politically aware, he existed like a light cone in the parallel realities he explored as alternatives to material ideologies. Despite his amphetamine abuse, he was health conscious as a diabetic, almost to the point of hypochondria. He limited himself each day to exactly 5 cigarettes and 2 to 3 vodkas with Angostura bitters. He liked the vodka to turn pink. As one of the last survivors of the Surrealist movement, he spent his later years as an anomaly, recalling their devastatingly disruptive impact on art and society. There's a number of men lying on the pavement near to where I'm standing, collapsed in the damp, one of them face down. Is this a war zone? Or creative material brutality in which you stand up or fall? In poetry, I remember David most for an elegy written in 1941 for his young surrealist friend Roger Roughton, who committed suicide in the same year. At Roger's end, he writes, "To end at last in bankrupt exile, in that sordid city scene of Ulysses, and there, while war sowed all the lands with violent graves, you finally succumb to a black, wild incomprehensibility of fate that none could share. Yet even in your obscure death, I see the secret candour of that lonely child who, lost in the storm-shaken Castle Park, astride his crippled mastiff's back, was borne slowly away into the utmost dark." Thank you. Well, thank you. I'm now going to invite Niall and Julie to sing a couple of songs from Blake as it's Blake's birthday. And I want to make aware to you all that poetry is an extraordinarily difficult thing to sustain as a publisher, and Enotharmon Press, who so magnificently supported David, are much in need of patronage and funding. And if any of you know wealthy billionaires, etc., please allow them to shower gold on Stephen for Enotharmon.
Thanks to Jeremy for a wonderful talk. It's wonderful just to tune into this consciousness and learn from it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming to perform.
We'll just sing two William Blake poems, both about flowers. This is from the notebooks. The Wildflower Song. As I wandered the forest, the green leaves among, I heard a wildflower sing a song. I slept in the earth, in the silent night. I murmured my fears, and I was delight. As morn, to seek for new joy, but I met with scorn. The wildflower song, the wildflower song, the wildflower song. This is from Songs. This is the sunflower. Sunflower, weary of time. Who countest the steps of the sun, seeking after that sweet golden climb, where the traveler's journey is done. rise from their graves, and the spiders where my sunflower wishes to go. Sunflower, 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 sunflower.
Thank you. I would like to end by thanking enormously Gravel for his wonderful introduction. I would like to thank Audrey Satz for her spectacular interpretation of David's translation from Benjamin Barry. You can soon read Audrey's first fantastic book, Sidereal Girl. I'd like to thank Niall and Julie for bringing such beautiful harmonies to Blake. And via that to David. I'd like to thank Temenos very much for inviting me. I only come to receive the roses. So thank you all very much.
Thank you so much to our leader, our musicians and singers, and our speaker. And as you can see, the red roses are aspiring to eternity. At this moment, as Blake would have wished. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robert. Thank you.
We've probably just got a moment for comments or questions before we need to move. People may well be in a contemplative state after that music. If you'd like to ask Jeremy anything, I'm sure he would be glad to speak, or you may just wish to leave things as they are. Anyone wish to contribute? Yes.
I'm very curious about the amphetamine use. So, you know, did it destroy them?
Here at the moment, but
yeah, did it destroy them? That's, you know, was it overall positive, overall negative?
I think with David, you know, he used over-the-counter benzodrine inhalers. He liked them because the actual tube was gold, or rather, in that colour. So yes, David did suffer severe amphetamine psychosis at periods, simply because he abused the drug. Not because of the drug itself, but because of his deliberate abuse of it.
Did it end his writing? I mean, is there a connection?
Didn't end his writing because there was already an underlying schizophrenia, and I think David felt very much that by taking a liberating drug, and there wasn't so many street drugs around then, so you could buy amphetamines in chemists, which is what he did, that it lifted him out of often a very, you know, dystopian and depressed state.
yes.
I'm a little concerned about asking this question because I don't want to piss you off, but we'll risk it. David was friendly with Henry Miller, Lawrence Durrell, people like that.
Yep.
You used one expression that really caught my attention, and it was, I like exceptional moments.
Mm-hmm.
And the way I adored your presentation. I thought it was fantastic and full of sort of opera and height and colour. However, in my own experience in life, instead of trying to maintain, shall we say, the expression of youth at a fever pitch, I have come to find that it is superior, for me at least, to try and write about ordinary things in an extraordinary way.
Yes.
I find it far more fulfilling and, moreover, much more useful because it's actually helpful. I think railing against the world is essentially not maybe that useful.
But there's no railing in David's poetry whatsoever. He simply journeys through...
Well, it might have been your presentation.
No, it's not about railing, it's a matter of enforcing a particular viewpoint in the poetry. To me, well, you know what the opening was from Charles Baudelaire, there is nothing more obscene than a useful member of the community.
I used to know...
And if you're a poet, you live like that, believe me, because I've been living like that since the age of 7.
Right.
I know what I'm talking about.
Well, that's why I didn't want you to get upset. I knew Ronnie Lang pretty well. I agree with what he said.
Totally.
But he was an angry motherfucker, let's face it.
Well, I think Ronnie was a genius. You can accept him as you like.
He was, but I'm interested in being helpful at this stage, not in sort of... do you know who Sharon Olds is? Have you read her poetry?
I have, yes. Not the sort of poetry I go for. It's not the sort of poetry I go for, no.
Ah, how surprising.
How surprising indeed.
Anyway, I loved your presentation.
Yeah. Well, you can come and see me perform all the time with the Ginger Light, a band that I perform with. We're the only actual performers of poetry with electric soundscape electronics.
I think probably if you put it to music, it softens it somewhat.
Okay. Yeah, no.
I reviewed the new selected poems of Gascoyne.
Yeah.
And then I noticed another review by Peter Riley in the Freeman's Journal.
Yeah.
It's very dismissive. And then I'm sort of aware that Riley has colleagues in this Cambridge school, like dear departed Veronica Forrest Thompson. She's critical of Gascoyne too. Maybe Prynne, maybe the Pope himself, the Pope of Cambridge, said something dismissive about Gascoyne and then everyone imitates it. Andrew Duncan has called him pedestrian and hysterical. I'm just wondering, why did the Cambridge school seem to really have it? Why are they out to get it?
I suppose now because they are mostly a language-based school who did a lot to subvert the sort of larking crap. They would dislike Gascoyne because if you haven't got imagination, you ain't got imagination and you can never cultivate it. David had extraordinary vision which leaves the pedestrian 100 miles down the street. Yeah. So it's natural that people who believe in a much more realistically or usefully based materialism would support a contradictory view on Gascoyne. But Gascoyne remains, obviously, to us who care about him, a supreme visionary who wasn't interested, like Larkin, in giving you back the exact thing you see. What's the point? Just take a photograph. So, but I can understand why you say that, and thank you for your very beautiful interpretations of Blake. They were marvellous. Thank you both. I'm sure they've reached David's beautiful spirit.
If I could just ask a quick question
Yeah.
about his visual output. I've read somewhere about him taking up drawing as a hobby at some point.
Yeah, David did quite a lot of paintings.
Yeah.
Some of them are in the Tate, in their archive. Yeah, he did extremely good artwork as a sort of, filler when he wasn't writing.
There's something about the isolation and the alienation and loneliness. And I'm wondering whether the art is a response to that. Or if it's a sort of gift that one has to carry in order to create art that means something.
I
So
get
those
it.
who don't have to experience like that.
Yeah, get it. It's deciding which one comes first, the art or the alienation, or the other way around, which I guess we don't know. Everybody chooses their own journey, of course. One can see poetry like Philip Larkin as a cardboard box, or you can see it like David as an apocalyptic sun. For me, I would rather David's vision. So because poetry isn't a normal function, most people don't abandon their lives to write poetry. I did, David did it, a lot of other people did. Normal people don't need to do that because the world can be accepted on the actual basis that it is. Having to alter it all the time is an imaginative function, a recreative function, which literature very seldom understands. One goes back again into the more psychodynamic, psychiatric fields, where that equals reality, of course.
Well, with reality, that's the whole point. Sometimes, while you were talking, I had the thought, and this really encapsulates the whole essence. I got the sense from you, and I do from David's poetry, that you were aware, in a sense, that as far as reality is concerned, language is actually inadequate. And that is a frustration that is burning.
Of course, it's faced every poet who's ever existed, of course.
Yeah, but you know.
But that's part of the game. You take that on or you don't.
Okay.
If you're not prepared to take that on, you don't write poetry.
Surely you don't have to be psychotic to write poetry.
No, you don't. But remember the margins I said are controllable psychosis, not an actual.
But surely lots of people create poetry out of their emotional experience.
Of course they do.
And when emotional experience is heightened, often poetry just comes.
I quite agree, but I'm talking about a particular form of poetry, a visionary poetry, which is why Niall's saying the Blake lyrics. There's many forms of poetry, of course, and subjectively.
To reject all the other kinds.
Well, I particularly favour one. Yeah, I particularly favour one sort of kind. Like you might prefer blue to green or red to yellow.
No, I spent my professional life helping people to write poetry for professional development or personal development.
I think people are very frightened of both and. Both and is a nice greedy thing, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Both and rather than either or.
Yeah.
But obviously you've got to go for it.
Yeah, of course.
So,
thanks, Graham.
And bearing in mind in this debate, Blake's wonderful aphorism that opposition is true friendship.
Yes.
We should all argue.
And also what Blake said, remember, imagination is reality, not the other way round.
Thank you.